Live from Joe Louis Arena in Detroit, Michigan, NBC News reports the 1980 Republican National Convention. Now, reporting from the NBC News Convention Center in Joe Louis Arena, here are David Brinkley and John Chancellor.
Welcome to the third session of the Republican National Convention of 1980 here in Detroit. This evening's session will bring us a rousing keynote speech. We will hear from Barry Goldwater, from Henry Kissinger. The party will approve its platform, and apparently without dissent from the dissenters who've been dissenting here. Ronald Reagan has spent much of the day here in Detroit smoothing the waters of an otherwise placid convention, and David Brinkley has more on that.
Thank you, John. Welcome back. We're going to do it all again tonight. The Republicans have a long program with all of their big oratorical guns rolled out to shoot at us. And the gossip about the vice presidential choice will continue. Lynn Nofziger, who is a press representative in the Reagan group, was asked about one of these candidates, and he said if we picked him, we'd have to get Governor Reagan a food taster. Now we're going down to the floor and see what has been happening since last we heard from our four reporters, beginning with, which one? I forgot. Garrick Utley?
Here I am, David, down here on the floor, and the number one subject of conversation is, of course, the vice presidential nomination, and a new twist. We have learned that today Ronald Reagan tried once again to get Gerald Ford, former President Ford, to agree to be his running mate. Now, Ford, of course, has said several times he doesn't want the number 2 spot on the presidential ticket, but today at that meeting we're told that Ford was asked again. Ford indicated not only that he didn't want to take the nomination, but he was a bit irritated that they were still trying to pressure him to take it. Nevertheless, the mood in this hall is that following the speech last night, Gerald Ford is the favorite for the vice presidential spot, and Tom Pettit has more about that.
I don't know whether Ford is exactly the favorite of the entire convention, Garrick, but there is some sentiment that is being expressed by people at home to the delegates in the Iowa delegation. They're getting telegrams which say, draft Gerald Ford for VP. This one to Delegate Evan Holtman from Doris Gulsvig of 606 Maxwell in Waterloo, Iowa. So, if that's a boomlet, it has begun, and it has begun in Blackhawk County, Iowa.
Tom Brokaw is down
well,
on the floor.
Well, if there's a boomlet in Blackhawk County, Iowa, I think that Gerald Ford will be able to resist it, Tom Pettit, because I had a talk with one of his key people today, one of the men closest to him, and they said, look, that may be someone's idea of a dream ticket, but another dream ticket would be Ronald Reagan and Teddy Roosevelt. It just is not going to happen. President Ford has been there before. He knows what it's like between a president and a vice president. Referring back to the days when Gerald Ford and Nelson Rockefeller were in that position, this key Ford advisor said, we all got along very well, and yet the relations were strained within 6 months of our joining together as president and vice president. So Gerald Ford is not interested in taking Ronald Reagan up to the election and then to Washington as a kind of high-priced tour guide. Here's Chris Wallace.
All of the top vice presidential candidates are addressing this convention, and tonight 2 more of the candidates get their auditions. Congressman Guy Vanderjagt of Michigan will deliver the keynote address. He has a reputation as a good orator. In fact, he will deliver his 20-minute speech without any notes. He also has not spent much time with Ronald Reagan, so perhaps more than any other candidate, his chances depend on what kind of an impression he makes here tonight. The other candidate speaking tonight is Congressman Jack Kemp of New York, and he will have some help. An independent group pushing Kemp's candidacy will distribute some 3,000 hats and banners throughout this arena for one of those so-called spontaneous demonstrations when Kemp takes the podium. All in all, it should be a pretty good night for vice presidential theatrics. Now back to John Chancellor.
One of our reporters who will be monitoring these events and this schedule as we go through this evening is Jessica Savage, who's down on the podium now. Jessica?
Okay, on the floor fight, it is not likely the people up here on the podium tell us that there will be any kind of floor fight, not on the Percy Amendment, not over the issue of ERA, and not over abortion, and that is because of something that is known as Rule 14B. Now, under Rule 14B, 1/4 of all of the members on the platform committee have to support a measure before that measure is brought up here on the convention floor. Otherwise, they just settle that in committee. There are 106 members on the platform committee, so under the 25% rule, 27 of those members would have to support the rule. Now, in the case of the Equal Rights Amendment, the votes weren't there. In the case of the Percy Amendment, the votes weren't there. In the case of the Abortion Amendment, the votes weren't there. So what's the point of bringing all this up? And the point of bringing all this up, even though they know the math isn't there, is by bringing it up, it gives the people an opportunity at home, the people on the convention floor, the people watching all of this on television. It gives them an opportunity to really see what Mr. Percy, Senator Percy, or some of the other people really think about some of these issues. It lets them know where they stand. John, back to you.
What we're dealing with here is a rash of reports and stories that about Ronald Reagan asking Gerald Ford, or about to ask Gerald Ford, to be his running mate. And we've heard some reports on that. A lot of this is based on United Press International, which began reporting this afternoon here in Detroit that various people close to Reagan were saying that Reagan was expected to ask President Ford to do it. Among those quoted was former Senator Robert Griffin of Michigan, who is said by the United Press to have told that to the Michigan delegation. And the United Press flatly says Ronald Reagan has decided to offer former President Gerald Ford the vice presidential nomination, and they quote sources in the Reagan campaign. Two Reagan insiders, they say, said the former California governor would ask Ford to be his running mate during a late afternoon meeting. Well, we have no confirmation of that, David, and it is only one report so far, and Tom Brokaw seems to say that the people he's talking to don't believe it's happened.
Well, you can walk 3 feet here and hear 3 rumors about the vice presidential nomination, mainly because that is about all there is for anybody to talk about. There's been a little argument about the platform, about 2 or 3 or 4 planks in it. That's about it. Reagan is going to be nominated. There is no contest there. And so everybody, some of these rumors are put out by the candidates for vice president themselves, hoping they will have some effect to push their own candidacy.
Governor Reagan has been seeing various people here in Detroit today, women, other politicians, male and female, and he is now meeting with the blacks at this convention. The National Republican Black Council, the National Republican Black Council is a group of black Republicans. They are represented here. Some are delegates and some are alternates to the convention, and they are holding their reception this afternoon, as so many groups have here in Detroit, in the Detroit Plaza Hotel, the headquarters hotel. And Governor Reagan was due there at 4:30 this afternoon, and I think he's a little late, but I believe that he's there now, and that Emery King of our staff is with him. Let's see if we can reach Emery King.
133 delegates and alternates and a lot of press people have been waiting in this room for more than an hour for Governor Reagan to appear. He has been upstairs meeting with former President Gerald Ford, and in a matter of moments he is expected to walk into the door and address the black delegates. They've been quite busy today. There was a meeting earlier today with Benjamin Hooks, the executive director of the NAACP, and they also heard today from Indiana Senator Richard Lugar. Earlier today at a breakfast meeting, Mr. Hooks asked the delegates, or at least talked with the delegates, about the possibility of his addressing the full convention. A resolution was drafted, it received unanimous approval, and it called upon the delegates to demand of Mr. Brock that Mr. Hooks be allowed to address the convention. And they have been discussing that in back rooms upstairs all afternoon. We understand that a meeting has been arranged between Mr. Hooks, National Chairman Mr. Brock, and Mr. Reagan. I believe Mr. Reagan is now coming into the room. He is shaking hands, and we'll go through a long line of handshaking before he approaches the podium, and we'll begin to talk to these delegates here. I would imagine it will be some time now before he gets through this line, as it is rather long, and gets to talk to them. in the event that Mr. Hooks does address the convention, he will be talking to the party about the needs of black people and the need to construct a platform that responds to the needs of blacks in the areas of unemployment, the areas of fair housing, extension of the Voting Rights Act, and a whole list of other areas that he discussed with the black delegates this morning. He also stipulated that he will be going to New York next month, where he will talk with the Democratic Party about those same needs and those same programs being pushed for by blacks. Mr. Hooks said this morning that he doesn't believe the Republican Party has broadened its base enough to attract the minority vote in great or large numbers. It is his belief that in order for Mr. Reagan to pull a large black vote, he will have to get out into the community himself, do a considerable amount of campaigning on his own, and of course address himself to those needs that he spoke about earlier. He also was asked about the possibility of John Anderson taking a large portion of the black vote. In response to that, he said that Mr. Anderson should get 17 or 18% of the black vote, unless he turns out to be a very serious candidate, in which case he would suspect that Mr. Anderson may pull 25 or 26% of the black vote, which would make a difference indeed. Mr. Reagan walking now through the line of delegates and alternates, shaking hands. We expect to interview two delegates following his address to the room here. One who is strongly in favor of Mr. Reagan and will actively support his nomination when it comes. But it was rather difficult to find any delegates here who would openly come out against Mr. Reagan at this point. There is one delegate, black delegate from the state of Arkansas, Elijah Coleman, who does not wholeheartedly support Mr. Reagan at this point, but for the most part, the rest of those delegates, the best we can get anti-Reagan in the way of anti-Reagan remarks would be someone who is uncommitted. Mr. Hooks also said that black people should not let the Republican Party or any party transcend those needs that are called for and that he called for this morning. And in a roundabout way, he was somewhat asking them to withhold their support at this time and wait until the November election or until the November election approaches before they make some decision as to where their strong support will be going. Mr. Reagan still moving through the line. Perhaps we should throw it back until he works his way to the podium and come back to hear his remarks. Gentlemen.
The number of delegates, the black delegates at the Republican National Convention amount to 2.8% of the total delegate population here.
About 50-some.
What?
About 50-some.
50 or 60, I think, out of 1,994. Benjamin Hooks has had problems with Ronald Reagan in the past. They asked all the main presidential candidates to go to the NAACP convention, David, as you know, in Miami, and the Reagan people say that Ben Hooks' invitation was lost, that it was sent to the wrong organization, and that's why they never responded to it. It did not do Mr. Reagan any good with the blacks, but then he's not in very good shape with the blacks to begin with, as we saw today. Ben Hooks told the blacks he talked to here, speaking as head of the NAACP, that he didn't think that Reagan would get more than 10% of the black vote because blacks traditionally vote Democratic. Therefore, it seems unlikely to me that they would ask him to address the convention.
Does seem so.
Yes, it does.
Tom Pettit on the floor has a report. Tom?
David, we're at the rear of the hall with Keith Bullen, the deputy chairman of the Reagan campaign. Mr. Bullen, is it your feeling that a day's work by Reagan and the operatives has put out all the brush fires?
Oh, you never get them all out. They rise again in the middle of the night because the convention doesn't have all that much serious business outside the platform and the vice presidential considerations. So there'll be some things that come up. But yes, I think the convention is one of unity and don't want to come out here divisive and spread all their problems before on the floor tonight or any other night.
It seems as if the governor made no great headway with black Republicans and black leaders in his meeting with them today. Ben Hooks saying 10% of the black vote at most. Yet that's key to the Reagan strategy, isn't it, to attract more black votes than the Republican candidate has in the past?
Yes, it is key, but by the same token, 10% is almost an increase that we've enjoyed in the past, but I'm not sure any one person can speak for the entire black constituency. Now, it was my understanding that the governor met later this afternoon with black delegates and alternates, and I suspect he went to some great length to explain some of the difficulties that have been perceived of late. But I don't see any problem there. Their needs, concerns are for jobs and for a good community of family and home, and that's the governor's fort.
But he doesn't seem to have been Sacco in the black community to date.
I don't know too many Republicans that have been Sacco of late in the black communities, Tom.
You think he will be this fall against Jimmy Carter?
I think we will make every attempt to appeal to every American of race, creed, color, ethnic background.
You've been in his party and active a long time, all the way back to when? Before Goldwater?
Yes, before Goldwater.
Has any candidate ever made it with the black voters on the Republican side?
For president, Eisenhower, I guess, is the last gentleman that enjoyed a great deal of popularity there. But that could be our fault. We're misperceived and perhaps misunderstood, and we'll do our very best to carry the governor's message to everyone in this country.
Keith Bulin, spokesman for Governor Reagan, longtime friend and advocate. David?
Thank you. Some of the Republican women who are unhappy with the party's plank on the Equal Rights Amendment on abortion asked for a chance to talk to Governor Reagan. They got it, went to see him today. He told them he is still against the Equal Rights Amendment, but he said he would seriously consider appointing a woman to the Supreme Court, and even without the amendment was very much in favor of civil rights. And that was about the end of the meeting. The governor now is at the meeting of the National Republican Black Council here in Detroit. So we're going to switch that.
During the 1960s, black people throughout this country cried out for a piece of the action. And in 1968, we elected a Republican president who gave us a piece of the action. He created the Black Enterprise Development within this country, which in 1979 delivered $1.5 billion in profits and assets in the black community through black business. I think it's time now. In 1980, it is time for us to get that change that we have so long sought. And the change is going to come. A change from 30% unemployment in the black community. Black children were hungry. People on welfare. No opportunity for a good education in the ghetto. A change is going to come in 1980. And we have here today with us the man who is going to bring this change for black America and for all America. The next president of the United States, Governor Ronald Reagan.
Thank you all very much. You know, I don't know, maybe I've told this story very often throughout the campaign, and maybe all of you have heard it, but I'm going to take a chance and tell it again anyway, in case there may be some people that didn't hear it. There are some funny things happen to you out along the campaign trail. Dancy and I were out in a rural area doing a little door-to-door work, and a fella came to the door, and I said, hello, I'm running for president. This is my wife. And he says, I don't know who you are. And in the business I'd been in, I thought that my face must have been kind of familiar to most people. And I said, well, we're from California. And I still didn't get anything. And I said, we used to be in pictures. Nothing. And then I said, I'll give you a clue. My initials are RR. And with that, he turned around, yelled in the house, Ma, come on out here. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans are running for president. But you're here at a reception. I'm delighted to be here, and I've had a chance to meet so many of you. And I know that I'm not going to make a great big speech to you. You're going to have to wait for the convention for that. And you shouldn't have to hear one twice from the same person. But there are a few things that I would like to say apropos of what your chairman said here to you about the past. I've had a feeling for a long time that our Democratic friends, maybe with the best of intentions, have been guilty of thinking that the answer to problems of people who were moving up and trying to move up into the opportunities that have been opened up in this land, that the answer was more handouts, more government grants of various kind in the form of welfare. And I, in my mind, have thought that that was insulting and demeaning. That in reality, that was just another kind of bondage under the benevolent hand of the casebook. And now they've created a kind of an economic system today with the unemployment, with the and incidentally, that unemployment isn't accidental. You may open that thick booklet that is the 1980 report of the president, his economic message, and you will find someplace there around page 49 or something where he deliberately calls for an increase in unemployment to fight inflation. Now, you don't have to create unemployment to fight inflation. You don't have to choose between inflation and unemployment in the world today. What you have to choose between is, are you going to have a no-growth economy, or are you going to have a growth economy, increased productivity with more people working and more people having a future? And I think Mrs. Wilson of the NAACP described a no-growth policy and its faults better than anyone else. She said it's a fine policy for a 28-year-old, $50,000 a year White House assistant. She said it's not so good for a fella down there in the inner city that's still trying to get his foot on the bottom rung of the ladder. Well, I think this is the thing that our party has to offer. And many of you have discovered this, and I know something about the courage it took for some of you to choose our party and to come this way. But that's why our party has got to say the answer is not that. It's not the handout, and it's not a no-growth policy. Our chance is to say, how do we continue to open the doors of opportunity, and how do we continue to help people get their foot not only on that bottom rung, but to show them that there are a lot of rungs on up ahead that they can keep on climbing. Now, one of these has to do minority business. But may I just tell you what an economist, a black economist, one of our universities, and a very scholarly man told me the other day. And he said, this is something that you've got to begin doing yourselves. I know you're not supposed to give economic lessons or something in a campaign, but this has to be a little explanation. We know that a dollar spent is not just spent once. It has a multiplier effect. The fellow that gets that dollar you've spent, he spends it for something, and he spends it, and it goes on. And in a community, there's called a multiplier. Well, you've missed one great point on this. In the black communities of America, the blacks have about $137 billion a year to spend. And in that multiplier effect, in your neighborhoods, it usually only has one turnover before it is out into the major community. Now, in many ethnic neighborhoods, it has as many as 4 or 5 or 6 turnovers before it leaves the community. This is a consciousness that all of us have got to have, and you have to have your own neighborhoods and communities. Let's see how many times that dollar can roll over before it leaves the community and goes out there into the society. What? Thank you very much. Reverend Father here said that was a good lesson. Thank you. Well, I didn't mean to make a speech here, but I just wanted to say that because that's where we have to go. Is now the doors that were closed for too long, now that they're open, let's see that everybody has the price of admission to go through the door. And I thank you again for inviting me down here and for letting me be here. I've seen a lot of old friends on the way through the crowd here. Hope there's a lot of new ones. I'm looking at one right now. We used to go to those governors' conferences together. Governor Evans.
Thank you, Governor Reagan.
Governor Reagan has just finished addressing the black alternates and delegates to the Republican National Convention. The gentleman next to him on the platform is Jim Cummings, who is the chairman of the National Black Republican Council. And I would imagine he will stay in this room for a while, shake a few hands, and then move on. We are standing here with the chairman of the delegation from the District of Columbia, who is Arthur Fletcher of Washington, D.C. And Mr. Fletcher, I'd like to ask you first for your reaction to Mr. Reagan's statements.
Well, first, when he gave that economic lesson, talking about the dollar turning over 6 times before it leaves the black community, he forgot to add that every time it turns over, it creates jobs in the black community. And if he would have added that, then his economic lesson would have been complete. Every time the dollar turns over in the black community, it not only turns over, but it also creates job opportunity, jobs in that community, and the kinds of small businesses that will make that community a decent place to live. So I have to agree with that economic lesson that he just taught.
Are you uncommitted in your support for Mr. Reagan? Do you think Mr. Reagan will attract black votes?
My district is a fully committed Bush district. We're here to champion the Bush cause. We want to get Mr. Bush on the ticket. My district wrote the urban platform for the Republican platform that's going to be read. Now, if in fact the Reagan organization takes that platform seriously, and it just sounds like it did, because we have that concept in the platform, then our delegation is going to vote for him on the first ballot. But more importantly, our delegation will be ready to go sell the platform that we put in the plank that we put in the platform.
And if they do not support that position?
Well, it sounds like he already is. He's using some of our language, and he hasn't even announced the platform yet.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. We also have Mrs. Dovie Pickett of Detroit, Michigan, who is a delegate from the state of Michigan. And you, I believe, are a great supporter of Governor Reagan.
I am.
Why do you support Governor Reagan, and why do you think black people should vote for him?
Well, his policies, just as he just got through explaining to the crowd here that he was talking about the expansion of the dollar and how to get the most out of the dollar. And that is one thing that has been a great hindrance in the black neighborhood.
Do you think the Republican Party is broad enough to attract black votes?
I think it is. More and more, every year, more and more blacks are coming into the party, and they're young blacks. This is what is so nice about it.
Earlier today, Mr. Hooks of the NAACP, in addressing you delegates, asked you not to transcend party labels, to remember that you were black first, Republican second. He seemed to imply that perhaps you shouldn't come out with such strong support for Governor Reagan right now. What did you think about his remarks?
Well, Mr. Hooks said that he is a nonpartisan man, but I hardly believe so. When in fact, he endorsed Carter and his policies. And I think that, number one, is that I'm a Republican, and I support Republican candidates, no matter what.
Should Mr. Hooks be allowed to address the convention?
Well, since to my opinion, I think he shouldn't.
Why?
Because he had already denounced Governor Reagan, for not attending the convention. And, well, I think he had an explanation for it. He said that he got the message late, and that is one reason why he did not attend. But Mr. Hooks took it in a different perspective.
Mrs. Pickett, thank you very much.
You're right.
There you have it. We're in the Detroit Plaza Hotel, where Governor Reagan has just addressed the black alternates and delegates to the Republican National Convention. This is Emery King. John Chancellor?
One of the interesting things, Emery and David, is that the speech we just heard Ronald Reagan give is likely to be the speech he will be giving in the fall to audiences of blacks around the country, to the degree that he does address them. And that will be of interest to Democrats. And we have some Democrats watching this convention, asked to by NBC, and some of them are in Washington now with Bill Monroe. Bill?
Thank you, John. With me, Ambassador Robert Strauss, former chairman of the Democratic Party and now chairman of the Carter Campaign Committee, and Senator Carl Levin of Michigan. His hometown is Detroit, where this convention is being held. Senator, Detroit is a city where there's a majority black population. You just heard the arguments Governor Reagan used and some of the comments of black delegates. Governor Reagan is appealing for the black vote on the basis of let's cut out the government handouts and grants and let's go to free enterprise, more jobs by incentives to minority business, that sort of thing. Will that not make an inroad on the black vote for the Republicans?
Well, I think the most important thing for black Americans, like everybody else, is going to be one's record, one's history, one's traditions. They're going to know they're going to want to know what's going to be best in terms of jobs, in terms of education, job training. The other matters that are so critical to people, urban policy, they're going to look at specifics of Reagan's urban policy, what he's going to do for jobs, what he's going to do for economics, what he's going to do for tax policy. They're going to look at Kemp Roth and see if that's going to do them any good or just wealthy people most good. And they're going to make a judgment, and I think they're probably going to stick with the Democrats this year based on their experience with both Democratic presidents and Republican presidents.
Well, what about the emphasis on free enterprise in terms of providing jobs and getting away from government welfare? The country seems to be moving in that direction in general. Might not that have an appeal to the black vote as well?
Well, I think everybody wants free enterprise system to work and to produce jobs and the other benefits it can produce, but the community wants to know what will happen if it doesn't. What are we going to do for opportunities until that enterprise system produces the jobs we need? Will government guarantee job opportunities? Will it give us a chance at educational opportunities? They're going to want to know that while we're working to make this enterprise system of ours even better.
Mr. Strauss, do you think you can possibly hold the black vote that Jimmy Carter got 4 years ago?
Yes, we'll hold the black vote very substantially, Bill. You have to keep in mind that what Governor Reagan said, he sounds good, but keep in mind the record. He opposes Humphrey Hawkins. Humphrey Hawkins is designed to put black people back to work. And just saying we want to cut out welfare and get free enterprise, you have to couple that. People who are down struggling at the lowest levels, they need a helping hand. And you couple that helping hand with minority business. Minority business has been developed by Democrats. Parren Mitchell, great black leader, great Democrat, heads the small business committee in the House. We work with him closely. So black people, the black leadership, the reason the blacks support Democrats is Democrats are sensitive to their issues.
Let me ask you a quick question. It doesn't necessarily call for a partisan answer. Should Ronald Reagan, in choosing a vice president, pay attention to who's the best orator at this convention?
I don't think so, no, and I don't think he will. I think that Ronald Reagan will pick someone that he's comfortable with.
Isn't political oratory important anymore?
I think it's important, but it's of secondary importance.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Strauss and Senator Levin. We'll be coming back to these gentlemen from time to time, and we'll be doing the same thing in reverse when the Democrats have their convention. Now back to Detroit.
Right. When the Democrats meet in Madison Square Garden in New York in August, we'll have a small but articulate panel of Republicans like that of the Democrats we've just heard, talking about what they have heard the Democrats say and do in their convention. We'll be back after a pause for a station break.
The women attending this Republican convention as delegates are upset by the platform. This convention's Republican platform does not endorse the Equal Rights Amendment to the Constitution, and it does endorse a constitutional prohibition on abortions, and that has dissatisfied many women. But a group of women here met with Ronald Reagan today, and former Mary Louise Smith of the Republican National Committee, formerly, came out and said the women were satisfied. And Reagan issued a statement today to women in which he said, while individual Republicans will continue to advocate different methods for achieving the goal of equal rights for women, our party has written the most comprehensive plank on equal rights for women it has ever had. Well, some women still don't believe that. On the floor now is Tom Brokaw with Carla Hills, who used to be in the Ford administration.
Thank you, John. Carla Hills was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and she's a well-known and prominent Washington lawyer. Now, you were in that meeting today. Carla, I know that you are in favor of the ERA, but you decided to side with Governor Reagan on this particular issue. Why?
I came to the meeting not to side with one group or another, but really to be sort of a centrist force, because I think if the two groups talk to one another, they'll find that on the substantive issues, equality for women, they have a strong consensus.
But isn't this really a stepping away from the ERA, what happened in the platform last week?
We have a stronger plank for equality for women, equal rights, than we've ever had in the history of the Republican Party. It really is a Bill of Rights for women. What we've stepped away from is the amendment. And there is a difference of opinion on the procedure, whether to push equality with a statute, regulation, the force of the presidential's office, or by an amendment. And there's the difference.
Don't you think as a lawyer, however, that women would be better off with the amendment than just with the force of the president's office?
Well, as you said when you opened the conversation, in the past I supported the amendment. I would point out that there are some legal problems today with the amendment, as it was extended by Congress with a simple majority over the period of time that was originally projected of 7 years. So we're already in the courts on the issue, and I must say that I've turned my focus on the real issue, that is equality of rights for women.
Let me ask you a question. Governor Reagan, when he was governor of California, resisted the idea of withholding income taxes, you'll recall. He said, "My feet are cast in concrete on this issue. I cannot be moved." And then when he announced that he was about to recommend withholding of income taxes, he said, "The sound you hear is the sound of concrete breaking around my feet." Do you think we'll ever hear the sound of concrete breaking around his feet on the ERA, that in fact he'll come back to being in favor of it, as he once was when he signed a letter?
He's very much in favor of the E and the R. It's the A that he has problems with, and that's a states' rights issue. That'll go to the states. If the states want to approve the amendment, they can do so, and the courts will have to decide whether their approval after the 7-year period is lawful.
Quickly, let me put you on the spot. Would you like to be appointed to the Supreme Court under a Ronald Reagan administration?
You are putting me on the spot.
Thank you, Carla Hills. Now to Gary Cutley.
Down here in the Oklahoma delegation with Glenda Mattoon, who worked very hard during the platform committee hearings to stop the ERA amendment. Ms. Mattoon, why did you fight so hard against ERA when it's been part of the platform of this party for 40 years?
Because I'm totally opposed to it. I've been opposed to it for many years. And what people don't seem to be realizing is that I've been written out of the platform for the last 8 years. My viewpoints haven't been put forth in the platform for the last 8 years. So what we did this time was really expand the platform. We said that we recognize the legitimate efforts of those people who both support and oppose the Equal Rights Amendment. So we put everybody in this platform, me included.
Now, what is it that you have against the amendment per se?
I have lots of things against the amendment itself. I think it will mandate draft and combat duty for women. I think it's vague, it's wide open, it's open-ended. It's going to be a judicial fiat that some judge someplace is going to tell us what it means after we have it.
Now, most polls, including the NBC poll, show that even among Republicans there is greater support for the ERA than against it. Don't you think this might hurt the party, politically speaking, come November?
No, I really don't. I really don't buy those polls, to tell you the truth. I think there's a lot of different ways they can be interpreted. A lot depends on how the question was asked, what the question was. The hard, fast facts remain that they can't get the last 3 states to ratify, that 5 states have rescinded, that everywhere it's ever been on a ballot so that people can vote on it, it's been defeated.
Thank you very much. Glenda Mattoon from Oklahoma, one of the members of the platform committee that for the first time in 40 years stopped the support for the ERA amendment. Now over to Tom Pettit.
Congressman Robert Bauman of Maryland, a very conservative member of Congress, one of the foes of the ERA. We've had some women delegates saying they don't mind about the loss of the ERA commitment from the platform, but there are other women who do. How much is this going to hurt in the fall with that kind of woman voter?
I think if anybody reads this platform, they will find that this contains one of the strongest commitments to women's rights, as indeed it should, that exists on the part of any political convention ever held in this country. It does not specifically endorse the ERA, as it should not, because that amendment would detract from the special rights that women now have in our society. But I think this is being blown all out of proportion to the actual part that it has in the political debate going on.
But isn't
it's an
this
important issue, but it's not the most important one.
Well, no one has said that, but isn't it, in truth, a triumph for the conservative wing of the party to squash the ERA from the platform, Congressman?
I think the triumph is that we preserve women's rights to alimony, the rights that state and federal laws give them in matters of divorce. We've preserved their right not to be drafted into the Army. That is what American women want. They do not want the kind of radical feminism represented by Bella Abzug.
Where's the equality for men in what you're saying?
Well, I think men, most men are at least chivalrous enough and historically we've supported the position of trying to take care of our women as well as granting them equal rights. And I want them to have equal rights and special privileges.
Not for vice president, though, right? You told Governor Reagan that Ford would be okay with you today?
Well, I didn't exactly say that. I said Jack Kemp or Jesse Helms, but Ford would make one heck of a ticket for vice president if it could be worked out, and I did tell him that today.
Thank you very much, Congressman Robert Bauman of Maryland. David?
Thank you. We've had a good deal of purple prose here today, including some from Senator John Tower of Texas, who said, if we do not elect Ronald Reagan, a dark age will settle over this country, and it will last through and beyond our lifetime. How do you like that?
Well, we're getting a lot of different kinds of rhetoric here at the convention. Governor Al Quie of Minnesota, talking about Jimmy Carter, said Jimmy Carter is a born-again Christian. This is the oratory at the rhetoric at this convention. He said Jimmy Carter is a born-again Christian, but he said, when you have leaky pipes, do you call a Christian or a plumber?
Well, it could be both.
Well, that's what I thought. You know, you can be a born-again Christian and a plumber. In any case, he says Jimmy Carter can't fix leaky pipes. David, we have a...
well, I don't know whether that's true or not.
We have a poll that some of you have been watching, know that we've been polling with our affiliated stations, delegations, here at the convention. We've broken these down now into various regions of the country, but this is the choice for running mate of the delegations, of 4 delegations we have polled in the East: Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and Connecticut. And in Pennsylvania, Bush and Baker are close, trailed by Kemp. Bush and Baker are close here in Delaware, polled by KYW-TV in Philadelphia. WBAL in Baltimore, again, Bush and Baker are favorites in Maryland, and in WVIT in Connecticut, Bush was the overwhelming favorite in one of his several home states. I think I may be a little ahead of that copy, but in any case, we have found, and we'll be going into more detail, that 2 possibilities as running mates for Ronald Reagan are emerging as favorites of this convention in our poll. One is George Bush, who is favored in the Middle West and the Northeast. The other is Congressman Jack Kemp, who is favored in the South and the West. David?
And Ken Bodie, who was on our balcony.
No.
Bush, by the way,
Nobody told us.
who is admired by a great many delegates here for vice president and at one time for president. As I don't know if we reported or not, he had several meetings with his delegations today, formally, officially released them, which he'd already done informally, and urged them to charge out there and vote for Ronald Reagan. And on the question of his being vice president, he has kept his mouth absolutely shut. I don't think he has said a word since he came to town. I believe in the thought that talking about it too much might hurt his chances.
Well, I think that's very true. He has been saying that he has no idea of what the speculation is or whether he will get it or not. As a matter of fact, he said just today, he says any talk about his chances are wildly speculative. There are other dissatisfied people other than some of the women here at this convention, and among them are some of the delegates who are for John Anderson. You'll recall that Congressman Anderson ran in a number of primaries as a Republican before he undertook his independent candidacy for the presidency, which incidentally took him today to Paris, where he called on the Premier of France. There are about 36 delegates, many of them here who are dissatisfied with various things, and a number of them are supporters of John Anderson, even though he is an independent. And Garrick Utley is on the floor with more on that story.
John, more from Gene Bradner of the Illinois delegation, who is an Anderson supporter. The convention right now is listening more or less to Senator John Tower, who is head of the platform committee. You are unhappy about that platform, and you are holding in your hand a copy of this Republican platform, which you have to vote on. When did you receive this platform?
We received this when we came into our seats today at 5 o'clock, and it is now 5:15, and Senator Tower is presenting the platform. We presented 4 resolutions to the Illinois delegation today, indicating our despair with specific planks, but we had to base our despair on what we read in the New York Times. We were not given this. We're distressed that we feel there was a real effort to suppress any kind of dissent in the name of unity, and we think that's not what a convention is for. We're supposed to express our dissent and come to agreement and go from the convention united.
So you think the Reagan forces are just trying to ram this platform of theirs through the convention?
Certainly would appear that way. For example, there is a plank in there, a judicial plank. One of our delegates is Burt Jenner, the Watergate counsel. He was astonished. We showed it to Chuck Percy. He said it's the worst thing I've ever seen in a platform. We took it to the Illinois delegation today to try to have him come out with a resolution to suspend the rules in order to have that changed. Our 23 votes held together. Governor Thompson voted with us, Senator Percy, Tom Railsback, but nonetheless, they still would not be moved toward it.
You just don't have the votes then. No. You are an Anderson delegate. You have 23 Anderson votes in Illinois. Tomorrow, on the roll call vote for the nomination, are you going to vote for Ronald Reagan?
Let me say first, I came to this convention as a Republican. Yes, my preference was John Anderson. But tomorrow, because of this, because of some of the things that are happening, we are going to vote a symbolic vote for John Anderson. We know he's not the candidate of this party, but at least it will say to these people that he stands for some of the moderation that we think the party needs.
But John Anderson is running as an independent. How can you vote for him if he's not placed in nomination?
Because we can vote for anybody. We asked Jim Thompson about this. He said, sure, they can vote for anyone they please. I said, even Jim Thompson? He said, right.
And when they asked to make the vote for Ronald Reagan unanimous tomorrow?
We will not.
Thank you very much. Gene Brandner of the Illinois delegation with her 23 votes here, sticking to John Anderson to the end. Now back to David in the booth.
So we know this much. Ronald Reagan will get a lot of votes here tomorrow, enough to give him the nomination, but he will not get all of them. And I gather from this lady's manner that he will never get them all. Former President Ford went over to the Detroit Plaza Hotel today to pay a nice visit to Ronald Reagan, and they had a little chat. And then there were various reports about what they said, none of which, we don't know which, if any of them, is true. Heidi Schulman is there at the Detroit Plaza and has a report. Heidi?
David, Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan met privately here for the second time in 24 hours this afternoon, and this time they talked about the vice presidency. A short while ago, Reagan came down to address the Black Republican Council, and as he walked out of that meeting, he talked about the Ford session with reporters.
All the people that are being talked about, huh? 5, 6, 7.
Did he make a specific recommendation?
He did not, no. He discussed them, gave his viewpoint on all of them, and was most impartial about anything of that kind.
Earlier, there had been indications that Reagan would likely offer, or at least try to offer, the vice presidency to Gerald Ford. Ford has said repeatedly, of course, in the past that he doesn't want the job, and being a resident of Reagan's home state of California, it also presents constitutional problems for him. He couldn't take the job. Sources close to Ford this afternoon suggested that he may also be a little bit irritated about continuing to be considered by Reagan for that post. He, of course, was president, and he, of course, made a very difficult and disappointing decision earlier this year not to seek the presidency again, and he apparently doesn't have any interest in being number 2 on anybody's tickets. We also heard that Ford's personal choice for the job and the recommendation that he would make, the man that he thought was politically the smartest move for Ronald Reagan to make, was George Bush. Ronald Reagan, of course, has just said that they discussed no particular recommendation, that he's still considering a number of men, and that Ford had talked about him, as he said, analyzed a number of people who he might consider. Bill Brock, the Republican National Chairman, was also here a short while ago. He said that he had also discussed several choices with President Ford. When asked whether President Ford would make a specific recommendation to Governor Reagan, he said that they had discussed several strategies. The vice presidency, of course, is what everyone is talking about here at Reagan headquarters. Jim Cummins has a report.
Detroit is producing more rumors than cars. Reagan running mate rumors. Saturday it was Lugar. Sunday it was Bush. Monday it was Kemp. Tuesday it was Rumsfeld. And today it is Vanderjagt. Probably because he's delivering the keynote speech tonight. He's been practicing. Rumors aside, the smart money is still on Bush. Today he was meeting with big state Reagan delegations, emphasizing the similarities between Reagan and him.
In my view, it is a good aspect of foreign relations to have improved relations with the People's Republic of China. That view is shared by and led in by Governor Reagan.
Bush is still trying to leave the impression that he's not actively seeking the job, says nobody is pulling any levers for him behind the scenes. He said that before Gerald Ford met with Reagan this afternoon. It's no secret that Bush is probably Mr. Ford's favorite. The former president is just about everyone else's favorite, but he still insists he doesn't want the job. Lugar still does. His staff now believes he's on a list of 3 finalists because yesterday he met with Reagan campaign aides who wanted to review his financial records. Lugar himself is more coy about his prospects.
Governor Reagan has his own criteria and his own counsel, and he's been masterful in keeping it to himself.
Today, Kemp won the endorsement of at least 2 state delegations. The favorite of the conservatives was grateful, but knows it probably won't make any difference.
Whatever happens is going to happen, and my mother told me a long time ago, don't worry about things over which you have no control.
Hardline conservatives who pretty much controlled this convention until now had threatened a floor fight over any running mate more liberal than Kemp. One group of them urged Reagan to pick a philosophical clone of himself. But today, one of their leaders, Senator Jesse Helms, indicated he will support the ticket no matter who the running mate is. Perhaps the hard line is softening. For the record, all the vice presidential prospects are still here except one. This morning, Rumsfeld left for his home in Chicago and said he might come back later in the week. The vice presidential derby is certainly the big story here, if not the only one. Reporters have been badgering their sources, buying them drinks, offering them beepers so they can be reached at any time, day or night. Somebody here said the reporter who scoops this one will guarantee his job until the next Republican National Convention in 1984. A variation on that old campaign theme of 4 more years. This is Jim Cummins outside the convention hall.
Of all the contenders, George Bush has been the most reluctant to talk about his prospects, and yet is the most prepared to start running again. A lot of Bush's old campaign staff people are here and ready to work, although this is not quite the way they had hoped to be able to come to Detroit.
Quit when things don't go well.
George Bush used to say he would stay in the campaign all the way to Detroit.
My dad never quit, and I'm not about to quit. And nobody here would want a candidate that would do that.
He's here, and he may even get nominated for vice president. That wasn't exactly what he had in mind, but he wants the job now, and he's got a fair chance of getting the nod. Among Reagan's rivals, Bush ran longer and harder and more successfully than anyone. And from time to time, he won. But he didn't win often enough to stay in as a contender for the presidency. Now he's probably the leading contender for the vice presidency. A Reagan-Bush ticket would have some built-in advantages. Bush has a wide range of experience and has made himself into a decent campaigner, doing especially well in the Northeast, where Reagan could use some help. But it was also in the Northeast that he looked his worst at the Nashua candidates debate in New Hampshire.
Turn that microphone off, please. I am paying for this microphone.
That incident led some Reagan advisors, mostly those who want Jack Kemp of New York as his running mate, to claim that Bush freezes under pressure.
I have been invited here as a guest of the Nashua newspaper. I will play by their rules. They're free to make any rules they want on it. I am their guest, and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you.
The two men are not personally close, and some of Reagan's people have said they think Bush is an Eastern Prepy elitist. Bush has lived in Texas for years, but the Yale has never rubbed off. But the pragmatic people around Reagan are less concerned with Bush's manner than with whether he can help Reagan in November, and they think he can. As for the conservatives, Bush would not be their first choice, but they wouldn't complain much if he turns out to be Reagan's preference.
Pissing away, I don't quite understand it, but I'm glad to be back on the...
The Reagan people have been very shrewd about dragging out the suspense on the vice presidential question as long as they can, because it is still the best unanswered question in town. This is Steve Delaney at Bush headquarters at the Pontchartrain Hotel. Now back to John in the booth.
Well, we have had the definitive public word on Ronald Reagan's choice of a running mate. He told Heidi Shulman there a few minutes ago, just a few minutes ago by your clock time, that it's still 5, 6, or maybe 7 candidates he's choosing among, in his own words. He also said that former President Ford was not asked, said Mr. Reagan, to run on the ticket with him, and that Ford had made no specific recommendation. So that's where we stand now. According to Ronald Reagan, 5, 6, or 7 people still in the running. The platform. Various people are saying various things about it. We heard from a lady a few minutes ago who said she didn't like it. Here's a man who says, a very interesting man named Charles Black, who was once an aide to Jesse Helms and has been with the Republican Party in various capacities. He said the other day to the Detroit Free Press, the platform appeals to the auto worker who is making $18,000 to $20,000 a year, just moved to the suburbs, doesn't want his wife to work, and although he's working, his brother-in-law just got laid off and he's afraid he might not be working in 6 months. If you ask about problems, said Mr. Black, he would probably tell you something about a race not his own, which is unfortunate. Well, Charles Black is on our balcony right now with Ken Bodie of NBC News. Ken?
Charlie, you've been in the business for a long time of developing campaign plans for Ronald Reagan. You worked for him in the Midwest in 1976, and you worked for him as his national political director in 1980. That auto worker that you mentioned, that John Chancellor just talked about, our poll, NBC poll, shows that those kind of people don't really believe Mr. Reagan, that his tax cut policy, his 10% tax cut policy that he's been running on one variation over another for the last year or so, that it really will create an economic boom. How are you going to reach those people? How are you going to convince them during the election campaign that that's in their benefit?
Well, Ken, the greatest communicator in American politics today is Ronald Reagan. And I think during the course of the fall campaign, he will use the medium we're on right now to get that message across to the auto worker I described. Frankly, the policy that Governor Reagan proposes worked under Jack Kennedy, and I think that example will be how he will communicate it to them.
They got to believe it first, don't they?
Well, I think you can make the case very easily, though, that a tax cut will encourage people to save and invest and expand the economy and provide more jobs and less inflation and more economic welfare for everyone.
By a considerable margin, these same folks seem to believe that a balanced budget is preferable to a tax cut.
Well, of course, Governor Reagan would like to balance the budget along with the tax cut, but by expanding the base of the economy, you can have lower tax rates and still get more total revenue and balance the budget without having to disturb vital programs.
Charlie, the big states of the industrial Midwest and the East, the big electoral states that Ronald Reagan has to be competitive in if he's going to win this election. These are the states that he showed some considerable weakness in, both in 1976 and in 1980. Now, admittedly, Jimmy Carter didn't do too well in some of those states in these primaries either. What are you going to do? What's your campaign strategy, your thoughts as Reagan's former political director for the fall in these big states?
Well, first of all, Governor Reagan is not as well known in the Northeast and Midwest as he is in the South and the West. I do think, again, it's simply a matter of campaigning, of getting Ronald Reagan before the people and attracting middle-income voters, Democrats and independents who don't know much about Ronald Reagan right now, but will know a lot more come Election Day in November. So it'll take a little extra effort in those states, but I think certainly the potential is there for Governor Reagan to carry almost any state in those regions.
Charlie, on the matter of a balanced budget or tax cuts, we're going to go down to the floor now and listen to Carol Simpson talk to some delegates on their opinions.
Thank you, Ken.
Ken, not only do the delegates want a tax cut, but the Republican Party platform that they'll be approving tonight also calls for a balanced budget and increased defense spending. Now, some economists say it's impossible to accomplish all three. I have been polling informally a lot of the delegates as they've been going into the hall tonight and found out that the Republicans agree they might not be able to accomplish all those things. And I asked them if you could only have one of them, which one would you choose? And they all unanimously said the tax cut. It is a breezy 90 degrees out here and very humid, and most of the delegates are not hanging around outside the entrance, but Mitchell Mercer of North Carolina, a delegate from North Carolina, was kind enough to tell us his opinion on the tax cut. Why is that so important to the Republicans?
Well, the people of America are almost overburdened with taxes, and if we don't get some sort of relief from the federal government in tax relief, it's just going to overwhelm us all, and eventually the burden is going to be so great that the whole economy is just going to tumble down.
But some people are fearful that a 10% across-the-board tax cut is going to fuel the fires of inflation. Do you think that's going to happen, worsen inflation?
Definitely not. I think it will be an asset to the economy to give the money back to the people and let them generate some activity with that little bit of money.
Okay, Mitchell Mercer, thank you very much from North Carolina. And David Brinkley, you can see that tax cut fever is alive and well at the 1980 Republican Convention. Now back to you in the anchor booth.
Thank you. The platform is formally being presented to the delegates now. There will be a vote on it sometime in the next, I don't know what, half hour, more or less. And when they came in tonight, they found a neat little printed booklet lying in each seat containing the text of the platform. That was the first time they said that most of them had seen it in its entirety. We will keep track of it, and the vote, as I say, will be along shortly. In the meantime, we'll pause for a moment for a station break.
This is a moment of some importance to the people who approve the Republican platform drafted here in Detroit and those who oppose the platform, because it's about to be approved by the whole convention. There was a move earlier today led by Senator Charles Percy of Illinois to see if he could get support, majority support within the delegations of 6 states to force a roll call consideration of various things considered by this convention, including the platform. But Senator Percy couldn't put the 6 states together, and even if he had, it would have required a 2/3 vote of all the delegates on that floor, and 2/3 of them could not possibly be convinced to vote for an alteration of this platform. So while Senator Percy worked very hard, that was a mission, David, that was doomed from the very beginning. This platform is going to go through as written, and as we heard from various people, including Carla Hills, many of the Republicans are perfectly happy with it.
Well, the New York delegation has a great number of people in it who are not happy with the platform, and they took a vote on it today, and those who are unhappy lost. Those who are happy won, because there are more of them, and they're controlled by Ronald Reagan. So the New York delegation has voted to support the platform, even though some don't like it.
It's a matter of some speculation as to how much of an effect a platform really has along about October or early November when people are voting. My own guess is that the importance of the platform diminishes with the voters as we get closer to the November election day. But there have been scholarly studies that indicate that about a third of all the promises made in party platforms are actually kept by the winning party.
I would have guessed even less than that, unless they promise what they already know is going to happen in any case.
Well, it's very hard to make the study because you have to cut out the rhetoric. And if you cut out the rhetoric of a platform that thick, you get a platform about that thick.
Yes, you could print it on the 3x5 card. There's a professor at Columbia University who says the most successful political party in modern times is the Socialist Party, because, he says, if you read the Socialist platform of 1932, you will find that almost everything in it is now the law.
And Barry Goldwater's famous remark?
Which?
He could run on the Roosevelt platform of 1936.
Oh, yeah, cut the budget, reduce spending, and so on.
Anyway, we're going to look at the various aspects of the platform now, beginning with the ERA issue, and Douglas Kiker is prepared to talk about that. Doug?
As originally written, this platform contained nothing about the Equal Rights Amendment. The words weren't even there. It simply said that the Republican Party supports equal rights. Well, then the Reagan people got in the act. They worded up a compromise which said that the party acknowledges the legitimate efforts of those who both oppose and approve of ERA. That passed overwhelmingly, and that angered the ERA supporters, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. It takes 27 votes on the platform committee to get a minority plank on the floor, and they just simply didn't have the votes. The committee also adopted stronger language on abortion. As originally written, the resolution would have supported efforts to pass a constitutional amendment banning abortion, but the platform committee changed that and decided to say that the party supports the constitutional amendment itself. The platform also urges that judges with strong pro-life, anti-abortion convictions be appointed to the bench. Altogether, it is a most conservative platform which appears to suit the mood of this convention perfectly. Now back to the booth.
I'll take it from here. I'm talking about the party's approach to taxes and inflation, and it's that a cut in the first will lead to a reduction in the second. The platform includes these economic measures: lower taxes, beginning, as Ronald Reagan has promised, with an immediate 10% across-the-board tax cut with further gradual reductions. Reduced federal spending. Government spending is now over 21% of the gross national product. The Republicans have pledged to reduce that through legislative action, meaning, among other things, the elimination of the Department of Education. A balanced budget, also achieved through legislative action, not by a constitutional amendment. Reagan is most flexible on this issue. He's on record as saying increased defense spending is really more important than a balanced budget. Now, in theory, these three measures should increase economic growth. Economic growth will create jobs, and jobs would eliminate the need for many social programs. However, the platform is vague on how to go about achieving these goals, and there is no guarantee that the people who receive tax breaks will use their extra funds in the manner the Republicans hope they will. Ken Bodie.
On energy, the platform is standard Republican free enterprise with a dose of states' rights thrown in. States should be permitted to repeal the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit if they want to. That caused considerable debate on the committee. No deviation from usual Republican support for oil and gas decontrol, and that's not very much unlike Jimmy Carter's proposals. It's unequivocally pro-nuclear. That is different from the Democrats, who took a more cautious approach on that question a couple of weeks ago. No increased gas taxes, and that's different from John Anderson, although Mr. Anderson isn't talking much about those proposals these days. The platform is comprehensive. It touches all the usual Republican special interest bases. There's even a paragraph in there on gasohol, support for gasohol. That one will be approved by Michael Reagan, Ronald Reagan's eldest son. He makes gasohol equipment, or that is to say, he sells the equipment once it is made. John?
I think that's just convenient. There's nothing more than that. The foreign policy part of the Republican platform of 1980 contains some very tough language, but on foreign policy and defense, but interestingly enough, those who have analyzed it believe that it doesn't necessarily commit a Republican president, or President Reagan, should he become that, to following out all the things that are talked about in the platform. Nevertheless, what it does call for is a great increase in defense spending. Marvin Kalb has been looking at the foreign policy and defense aspects of the platform, and here he is.
John, Henry Kissinger gave his reluctant blessing to the platform today, but it still really, as you indicated, ends up being one of the toughest statements of America's foreign and defense policies in a very long time. An old-fashioned hardline indictment of the Soviet Union. The platform calls for vastly increased defense spending to the point of proclaiming that the ultimate aim of American policy ought to be military superiority over the Soviet Union. The GOP comes out strongly against a SALT II treaty with Russia, calling it fundamentally flawed, comes out against a grain embargo, too. On relations with China and Taiwan, basically no change, though ultra-conservatives believe diplomatic relations ought to be restored with Taiwan. On the Panama Canal, a denunciation of the treaty, but no specific call for its denunciation or its abandonment. It's interesting, really, that foreign reporters and diplomats look upon the platform as kind of blueprint for a Reagan foreign policy. Fearing that a Reagan administration could touch off a new arms race and perhaps even an accelerated cycle of violence throughout the world. They forget, of course, that the platform is basically a political document, and it's valuable at this convention, but eminently discardable piece by piece during the campaign. David?
What? We have heard in general outline now the Republican platform, what it says, does not say, and what it's for and what it's against. Our Democratic observers, panelists in Washington, have been hearing all of this, and I think may now have some thoughts to offer. They are with Bill Monroe. Bill?
Thank you, David. Our Democratic observers are Senator Carl Levin of Michigan and Ambassador Robert Strauss, the former chairman of the Democratic Party and now head of President Carter's campaign. Mr. Strauss, we have been hearing what the essentials of the Republican platform are, and you pretty much know what the Democratic platform is, although right now it's in tentative shape. What are going to be the main differences insofar as you're concerned?
Oh, I think there are a great many differences. And here, the Republican platform that they're adopting here is one they should adopt. This is a Reagan convention. These are Reagan people. Ronald Reagan believes in that platform, and he's entitled to get what he wants. He worked hard for it. He's been running for this office a long time. You know, I've been around. I try to keep things in perspective. This will be a happy convention with those issues structured as they are, because they're Reagan issues. Now, I differ with those. Our party differs with them. Our president differs with them. And in many, many respects.
Do you differ with the tax cut idea?
Well, yes, I differ with. I think Kemp Roth really does violence to what we're trying to do in this country. It's a highly inflationary method of reducing taxes that really benefits the upper classes to the detriment of the middle and lower classes, this kind of economic classes.
Are the Democrats going to have to offer a tax cut of their own, a counter tax cut?
When we see the mid-year figures, and if a tax cut is offered, it will not be for this year, it will be for next year, and it will be tailored to see that it isn't inflationary. It will be tailored to see that it reaches those who need it most, and as well as reaches in a proper way to increase productivity and increase domestic industrial output in this country, where it really does some good instead of just putting money in circulation in an inflationary way.
Senator Levin, what do you think the key differences will be between Democratic and Republican platforms?
Well, the Republican platform is a radical document. In the words of Jack Kemp, one of the architects of that document, it is a radical document. My colleague Jesse Helms said he got 99% of what he wanted. That means it's an extremely conservative document. I think the American public is in a mood for some changes, certainly, is in a moderate mood, but is not willing to make the kind of radical changes backwards that the Republicans are talking about.
Would you call a recommendation of military superiority for the United States a radical plank?
Yes, I think military equivalence is what the American people want. We don't want to be pushed around, but we don't want to break our budget, I don't think, to try to achieve a superior position, a kind of a position which the Russians are not going to let us keep in any event. The Russian economy has been destroyed, literally, domestically, by their efforts on defense. I think the American public wants to be strong. We want to be sure we cannot be pushed around. We want to be equivalent to the Russians, but they're not willing to buy inflation, and they're not willing to buy throwing money at problems in order to have superiority. They want equivalence.
Are platforms important, Mr. Strauss?
Well, I think platforms are not important in that they're lasting documents, really. In fairness, I would say that. But platforms tell you about people who adopt them. They tell you something about the directions people want to go. They tell you about the individuals who are in control, and they put those platforms together. So, yes, they are important. Are they monumental? No, of course they're not.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Robert Strauss, Senator Carl Levin. We'll be back with these gentlemen from time to time, and we'll do the same thing in reverse using Republican spokesman during the Democratic convention. Now back to Detroit.
So we've heard a lot of talk about a tax cut, and we have polled people. The NBC News AP poll this week asked about the tax cut that is being discussed, and most said they would rather have the budget balance. Partly, I think, because the tax cut will mean so little to them that it won't be of any great help. For example, a family of an average, roughly a median income family, $20,000, family of four, would save in taxes about $200 a year. Well, they have already lost 10% inflation. They have already lost $2,000 a year. This does so little to help, it is almost insignificant. It turns out to be about $4 a week, and the price of groceries go up faster than that in any case. So they would rather have a balanced budget than a tax cut that gives them so little as to be almost meaningless. Now, Garrick Utley on the floor of the convention has a report for us. Garrick?
Yes, David. One of the high points of a political convention is a spontaneous demonstration. That is a well-organized spontaneous demonstration. We may have one here tonight. Guy Farley from Virginia has been helping pass out posters for Jack Kemp. Posters like this I've flooded onto the convention floor like water at high tide. You're not supposed to run for the vice presidency. Reagan's supposed to pick it. Don't you think you're hurting Mr. Kemp's chances?
Well, we're not part of an organized effort so far as Congressman Kemp is concerned. We represent volunteers for Jack Kemp, and we're trying to show that Congressman Kemp has broad-based support at this convention. Last night we were able to gather over 700 signatures for him in a short session, and tonight we're continuing that petition drive, and we believe that he represents the broad base of the party, and it will be able to garner traditionally Democratic votes in the fall.
Well, of course, Congressman Kemp speaks here later tonight before the convention, but many Republicans say he's too far to the right, that Ronald Reagan needs a more moderate running mate, and Jack Kemp may be beloved by many delegates here on the floor, but Reagan can't win with Kemp.
Reagan can win with anybody. I think the polls show that, but Kemp will definitely add to the ticket. He represents a New York suburban area, blue-collar workers. The last election, he had 97% of the vote, and he's able to get traditionally Democratic votes.
How many posters have you smuggled onto the floor?
We haven't had to smuggle them. We've just brought them in, and I would say we have about 1,500.
1,500, almost one to a delegate. Thank you very much. Guy Farley, a Kemp supporter from the state of Virginia. Now over to Tom Brokaw.
Thank you, Gary Cutley. A couple of members of the Alaska delegation, Senator Ted Stevens and Eldon Ulmer. The Alaska delegation, according to a lot of people, is one of the most conservative delegations here. Mr. Ulmer, you're very much in favor of Jack Kemp.
Yes, I am. And in a straw poll we ran this morning at a caucus, not everybody was there, but out of 18 people there, Jack Kemp received 9 votes.
What does Jack Kemp do for you in Alaska?
Well, Jack understands our problems up there, I think. He's in tune with Ted's thinking and Don's thinking, particularly on our lands bills issues, and also our continuing battle with the conservationists that want to lock us up. I think Jack is in step with the majority of the Alaskans on those issues.
Well, if he's in step with Senator Stevens, why is Senator Stevens wearing a big Baker and Reagan button here tonight?
Well, I've been for Howard Baker for some time, you know, and I really think he'd balance our ticket and be very good. I've got nothing against Jack. I think Jack's great. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of our people are for Jack because of his position on taxes.
But there's a big difference between Jack Kemp and many of the positions that he has taken than there is with Howard Baker. For instance, Panama Canal, federal funding for abortion, any number of the so-called litmus test issues.
Well, I think Howard has great support in Alaska, too, as well as Jack, in terms of the voters at home.
All right, Senator Stevens of Alaska and Eldon Ulmer of Alaska. United they stand, divided on the vice presidential candidates, however. Thank you very much for being with us. Here's Chris Wallace.
One of the other big issues here at the convention, of course, is the platform, and John Leopold, a delegate from Hawaii, helped lead the fight in the platform committee for abortion and for ERA. He lost on both. He had a meeting today, a private meeting, just he and Governor Reagan. Were you impressed at all? Did he persuade you?
I was impressed with his sensitivity. I think that the platform document does not truly represent the governor's own thinking. I think it's too far to the right for even himself. And I was impressed that he is willing to accept the idea that he has to get back from the far right more into the mainstream of American political thought. You mentioned the issue of abortion. It's not abortion. It's the right of free choice. There's a major difference.
Well, what are you saying? That, in fact, he is for free choice? Because that isn't what he's been saying on the campaign.
I'm saying that's the difference between what you said and what I believe.
No, but you say you were impressed.
That he recognizes that he was not well served by some people in this platform committee who thought they were acting in his best interest. This has been one of the problems in the campaign, that he cannot control certain elements at work here in the convention.
He didn't indicate to you, though, that he's backing off his position against ERA and against abortion, though, did he?
No, he's not. He's still going to maintain that he wants to go the gradual route through the statutes. I think that's a snail's pace. I think we have to go quickly and put this into the Constitution. And I must add that Maureen, his daughter, was with us, and she supported my position.
Are you going to try to do something tonight to change the platform?
I've been asked to consider it, and I am considering it. I brought it up before my delegation, and I can tell you that my delegation is in support of any move that I might make.
John Leopold of Hawaii, thank you very much. Now to Tom Pettit.
Former U.S. Senator James Buckley of New York, one of America's ranking conservatives. Mr. Buckley, is it your feeling that Governor Reagan would choose a fellow conservative with whom he would be compatible, or that he could go to the left, to Gerald Ford, to George Bush? Who would be? What would be your advice to him?
You know, I think that these directions get awfully misleading in the year 1980. You're talking about George Bush, for example, as a non-conservative. I think that his views on economic issues and foreign policy will be very comfortable with those of Governor Reagan. I just don't think that those labels mean very much right now. I believe that George Bush would be an excellent choice, no doubt about it. Be a strong choice for Mr. Reagan, and I believe the two could work together as a total team.
It's very interesting when people like Strom Thurmond, Congressman Bauman, and you, all three conservatives, say you like George Bush now.
I always have. I've known him for 30 years. I've always been a fan of his.
I meant politically. Thank you very much, former Senator Jim Buckley of New York.
Jim.
David?
Thank you, Tom. Again, just to get all the hard information we can and deliver it to you, we have, through our affiliated stations across the country, 50 states, polled the delegations coming here to Detroit and asked their choices for vice president. And here are the results of our survey on vice presidential choices. In the southern states, overall, Jack Kemp has a lead over George Bush. Kemp 187, Bush 148. Baker third with 47, and Lugar fourth with 42. That's in Tennessee. Here's the state of Tennessee alone. Bush 16, Baker 13. Now that's Baker's home state, remember? And Kemp is third with 8. On the issue of the, another thing we have been discussing here, on the issue of the need for increased defense spending. Ronald Reagan talked about that with an interview with us here at NBC News over the weekend, and here's what he said.
We can't match the Soviet Union today. The president himself said that we would use force if there was a threat to the oil supply for the free world in the Arabian Gulf area. He used the term Persian Gulf, but I understand that the Arabians prefer to call it the Arabian Gulf. And yet, about a week later, he admitted we didn't have the capability to use force there to defend our interest. So I think that you have to find out what you can do, what is necessary to assure our people that they are secure from outside aggression.
One of Governor Reagan's foreign affairs advisors, his principal foreign affairs advisor, is Richard V. Allen. He is here on our platform at the moment with Marvin Kalb. Marvin?
Thank you, David. I want to start by asking Mr. Allen one question about military superiority. It's something that has been going around. It is written into the party platform. Do you really believe it is possible to achieve military superiority over the Soviet Union? I mean, they're going to come in with their own weapons, too.
Well, let me point out first that this platform calls for, ultimately, the condition of military superiority that the American people want. I'd also like to point out that this continues the tradition of the 1976 platform, which called for a superior defense. Specifically, it called for superior defense in the field of air power and naval power. It seems to me that, and it seems to Governor Reagan, that what has kept America secure and what has defended the alliance over these last 35 years since the end of World War II was that margin of superiority. Superiority doesn't necessarily mean superiority in each and every category, each and every measurement of military power.
But how realistic is this? Clearly, if the United States boosts its weapon systems, the Soviet Union is going to do the same thing. Aren't you really in a state of perhaps secure equilibrium?
Marvin, if present trends continue, and given the fact that we are faced with the most massive military buildup in the history of mankind, and unless we do something, we will be behind the power curve, perhaps permanently in a position of inferiority. Even our chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff testified recently that we are on the verge of strategic inferiority, and that's very important.
Let me put the question this way, perhaps. An awful lot of foreign reporters who are here and foreign diplomats who are watching, I hear, are concerned that this platform, if it turns into a policy, could lead to a new arms race and could get us into a terrible mess around the world. Now, they're concerned about this. You may deny it, but it exists. Now, why?
I think we would reject the notion that this particular formulation calling for superiority, which is a buzzword, really does not premise itself on an arms race. We do need to do more in the field of defense, as I've mentioned to you, and until we are able to do that, I doubt very much that we'll be able to build the confidence of the Allies again, because that confidence has been badly, badly shaken.
No, I understand that aspect of it, but why do you believe that the foreign delegates who are here, foreign reporters, have this impression of the platform?
I can't exactly speak for them, obviously. We had a long session with the foreign press this afternoon, about an hour and a half, and the question didn't come up. It did, in fact, come up. What we're interested in doing is conveying a sense of purpose, a sense of dedication, our design to reconstruct military power, to provide the margin of an adequate deterrent, so we won't be in situations in the future in which adversaries feel that they can move against us with impunity. It's important to send a signal to the world, and Governor Reagan has indicated that we need just enough defense to make sure that we can deter any aggressor.
Let me have
We, for example, speak of technological superiority. Perhaps the quality of our equipment is superior. Perhaps we are superior in one given sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Back to the booth.
Thank you. Jessica Savage is on the rostrum, keeping track of what is going to happen here tonight, has a report for us about that. Jessica?
Priorities. Looking ahead just a little bit tonight, what's going on right now on the podium is that they're still discussing the platform. I figure that we have about 20 more minutes of platform debate or discussion, and then the platform will be approved. And after that point, the permanent chairman, John Rhodes, will be introduced. John Rhodes is the House Minority Leader, and there are a lot of signs out here. A lot of people think that John Rhodes, by the time the election is over in November, might just become the Majority Leader. They're hoping for a Republican majority. The major highlights coming up in this evening's session will be the speech by Guy Vanderjagt. He is one of the vice presidential hopefuls, one of the vice presidential possibilities. He's a terrific speaker. As a matter of fact, Ronald Reagan was said to have personally chosen Guy Vanderjagt as the speaker. A lot of people get up here and emerge, come in here as possible vice presidential choices, and then they either make it or break it in the way that they deliver their speech on the podium. Henry Kissinger will speak tonight. There had been some dissension, some delegates not wanting Kissinger to speak. He was too soft on the Russians, some of them said. Now Henry Kissinger says that his foreign policy ideas are completely compatible with those of Governor Reagan. He will speak tonight. And then a moment of nostalgia, Barry Goldwater will get up and address this convention. A lot of these people here would support Barry Goldwater again. We've talked to some of them, and they said if he wanted to try it again, they'd be willing to support him. That's what we're looking forward to tonight up here on the podium. And now back to you in the booth, David.
Thank you. Michael Reagan, Ronald Reagan's son, said after his father lost the nomination to Gerald Ford in 1976, he came to him and said why he wanted to be president. And I'm quoting now from Michael Reagan. He said to me, "It's because I wanted to negotiate the next SALT II treaty with the Russians. When Brezhnev told me what he was willing to give up to win the friendship of the American people, I would listen. Then after about 2 hours, I would walk around the table to Brezhnev's ear and say, no." That's why, his son says, Reagan wants to be president. Nightly news will be along shortly. We'll be here with the full convention at 7:30. In the meantime, thank you.
This has been an NBC News special report. Joe Louis Arena in Detroit, Michigan. NBC News reports the 1980 Republican National Convention. Reporting from the NBC News Convention Center in Joe Louis Arena, here are John Chancellor and David Brinkley.
Good evening. Good evening. The applause and the boos are for the platform, the rostrum. We are here on the balcony, NBC's balcony, overlooking the Republican convention in Detroit. It's a sort of county fair with seats, but without the coconut cakes. Tonight we will have the keynote speech. They will adopt the platform they've been fighting about this week, and probably fight about it a little more, and some others. We'll bring it all to you. John?
They were not applauding, David. Unity is the theme of this convention, but little pockets of disunity keep breaking out in it, and there's one that has just broken out, involving a plank in the Republican platform that endorses a constitutional amendment which would prohibit abortion. Tom Brokaw has that story in the Massachusetts delegation.
Thank you, John. This is Andrew Card, who is a state legislator in Massachusetts and also a Bush delegate here. They've had a vote in the Massachusetts delegation. You want a roll call on not just a single plank, but on the platform altogether, as I understand.
Right. The Massachusetts delegation voted 25-14 to request a roll call vote on the platform itself. Now, that would be a call of the roll by state, and we know that we have to have 6 states call for the roll call, and Massachusetts is going to be one of them.
Why are you electing to do this?
Well, quite frankly, I'm going to vote for the platform, but I think this is a democratic convention, small d, and we should have a chance to be recorded on the issues if enough people choose to be recorded. And Massachusetts is one of those states that would like to have a chance to be recorded on the platform.
The Reagan people were back here not working you over, but there was a little gentle persuasion going on here a few moments ago. They swarmed all over you. They don't want any trouble here.
Well, I don't consider this to be trouble. The Republican Party is made up of individuals who are known to be outspoken, and I don't understand their concern over having a roll call vote on an issue as important as the platform. And quite frankly, I was disappointed that they were trying to say that only voice votes should be considered.
Why? What was their best argument to you?
That they didn't want to give the appearance of any disunity within the party. It's no secret that there are people within the Republican Party who do not agree with the platform as presented, but I think that that's going to happen whether there's a roll call vote or not. Quite frankly, there are people in Massachusetts who want to have a chance to vote on the platform.
Thank you, Andrew Card of Massachusetts. Now to Chris Wallace.
Mr. Chairman! A hullabaloo going on here in the Hawaii delegation.
Mr. Chairman!
John Leopold is trying to get the attention of the chair so he can make a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
he wants
with the unanimous support of my delegation, I move to suspend the rules to discuss the platform.
What do you hope to achieve, Mr. Leopold?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman.
Come here.
Mr. Chairman.
John Leopold of Hawaii trying to get the attention of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, with the unanimous support. I can't hear.
Go ahead. No, you're all right here.
Mr. Chairman, with the unanimous support of the Hawaii delegation, I move to suspend the rules to discuss the platform.
Leopold has led the fight for ERA
and I ask
on the platform committee
that my colleagues from 5 requisite states poll their delegations and move with a majority to second my motion.
Congressman John Rhodes, the
chair will
chairman.
advise the delegate from Hawaii that every motion must be in writing and at the desk so that the clerk may report the resolution.
Mr. Chairman.
Has the delegate reduced his motion to writing and has it been sent to the desk?
To be heard.
Mr. Chairman, I have delivered my motion in writing to the desk. It is in possession of the chair.
John, we don't have it and you've already adopted it.
Well, it's come too late, but I'd rather not do it that way.
The chair has been previously advised that such a motion might arise, and the chair has examined the rules and precedents on what is admittedly an unusual procedure. And the chair is prepared to state how the motion to suspend the rules and amend the report of the Committee on Resolutions must be handled. Rule 9 of the convention provides that a motion to suspend the rules is in order if made by a delegate who acts for a majority of his or her delegation. Such a motion must then be seconded by a majority of the delegates from not less than 5 other states severally. I now ask the chairman of the delegation of Hawaii if a majority of that delegation supports a motion to suspend the rules on the platform.
Mr. Chairman, I am Hannibal Tavares, chairman of the Hawaii delegation. I certify that there is more than a majority to support the motion made by John Leopold.
The chair now inquires of the other states if any states, the majority of the delegates from any state, is prepared to support the resolution offered by the delegation from Hawaii. If so, would the standard of such state be moved in such a way that the chair can identify that state? The chair sees no delegation chairman.
There is, Mr. Chairman. There is a hand raised.
The chair notes that the delegation from Massachusetts desires recognition. For what purpose does the delegate from Massachusetts ask for
All right.
to be recognized?
Mr. Leopold, have you got the 4 other states, though? Have you got the 6?
We've been informed that there is other support in other states. Whether it's a majority remains to be seen.
Signed a petition requesting the roll call and second the motion of the gentleman from Hawaii.
That's a roll call, not a suspension. I would like to inform the chairman of the delegation from Massachusetts that the request of the delegation from Hawaii was to suspend the rules, and no request has been made for a roll call vote. In the opinion of the chair, if such a request were made, it would probably have come too late. Does the chairman of the delegation from Massachusetts wish to state that a majority of his delegation favors the resolution to suspend of the delegation of Hawaii?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, in all fairness, I can only report what the delegation voted, and the vote was members of the Massachusetts Republican delegation vote to request the chair for a roll call vote on the Republican platform.
What did he say? I couldn't hear what he said. 42 members and only 21 signed.
I can't make that ruling without asking.
The chairman of the delegation from Massachusetts reports that a majority of that delegation has not voted to support the resolution of the delegation of Hawaii. Are there other states seeking recognition for the purpose of supporting the resolution of the delegation from Hawaii?
Your delegation did not vote that way?
Well, they didn't.
The chair
they didn't vote to suspend
no
the rules. They voted to
indication that any
on the platform themselves. They were under the impression you knock down the platform and then you move on the issue.
It's like a taken in by cement.
By the delegation of the state of Hawaii failed.
Well, you got to get them. You got to get 21. I can't speak for them. Yeah. You got the name right.
The people, without objection, a motion to reconsider the action of the convention in adopting the platform is laid on the table.
Language, parliamentary language for laying it
Now
aside
recognizes
and leaving it there.
Honorable Margaret Heckler from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the purpose of making an introduction.
We are not certain at the moment precisely what's going to happen. The convention schedule doesn't call for this. They were to have voted on the platform about now.
They have.
Jessica Savage is down
on
the podium. Maybe she can explain some of this.
I think so. It's a parliamentary maneuvering. Actually, they have voted on the platform. They voted to approve the platform, and right after they voted to approve the platform means no more amendments can be adopted. Then the only recourse of the people here who had divergent opinions on the platform was to do something under what is known as Rule 9. Rule 9, as you heard the chairman mention, Rule 9 was suspension of the rules. The suspension of the rules means that absolutely all bets are off. It takes a majority of 6 states to do that. So you see that the delegate from Hawaii got up. He said his delegation was in full support, and the chair then said, all right, we'll suspend the rules as long as you find 5 other states to back you up. Now it takes, even after they get the 6 states, it takes 2/3 of this entire convention to go along with that. So it's doubtful they do anything other than get their opinions heard, and that's exactly what the minority here want to do. Now to Chris Wallace on the floor.
We're about to continue. Said that
John
the
Leopold,
test of tolerance.
it appears that you have now lost your fight. Is that the way you see it?
Unfortunately, we will not be able to raise these issues on the floor. I am very proud of my delegation. I'm proud that they stand up for principle. I'm proud that they want to have all the delegates at this convention discuss the issues, not just the 106 members of the platform committee.
What were you hoping to achieve?
A full discussion of the issues on the floor.
I mean, the fact of the matter is you're against, you're for ERA and you're for abortion. Did you hope to change people's minds here on the floor?
I hope for a full discussion of the issues on the floor.
What's your feeling about this convention? Do you feel it's a...
Yes, the delegates, the members of my delegation believe there should be a full discussion on the floor.
But you couldn't even get 6 states to support you. Does that indicate it's a closed convention?
It indicates to me that there's one delegation of the 50 states in this union that stands up for principle and stands up for the right of all the delegates at this convention to discuss the issues.
What kind of a message do you think that's sending to the country?
It's sending a hell of a good message from the people of Hawaii.
John Leopold, thanks very much. Now to Tom Pettit on the floor.
In Massachusetts, Chris, with Congressman Silvio Conte, who is waging the fight to get his resolution approved and failed, and the whole issue is now dead, is it not, Congressman?
It's dead. It's dead as yesterday's newspaper. Unfortunately, we didn't realize, and we don't have a telephone here, and we couldn't communicate with the other states, and we didn't realize that Hawaii was going to put in a resolution to suspend the rules. We thought that they were going to ask for a roll call vote on the platform itself, and the majority of the Massachusetts delegation, 21 delegates, had requested that kind of a motion for a vote on the platform. They were very...
It was a parliamentary goof-up.
It was no doubt about it, a parliamentary goof-up. But it's very difficult under these circumstances, and especially without communication.
Who goofed up?
Well, I don't want to put the blame on anyone. I think that it would have been good to have a vote on the platform itself, and then the delegations could have expressed themselves on whether they favor the ERA amendment or not. Unfortunately, that didn't come about because you couldn't, you know, being an old public servant in the Congress and knowing the parliamentary rules and knowing the facts of life, to get a 2/3 vote here when, you know, this convention is really stacked with Reagan people, you're not going to get a 2/3 vote.
Especially when you goof.
Especially when you goof. Thank you very much.
To Chris Wallace.
One of the other big fights...
Hey, Timmy, come on over.
Senator, we're on television. One of the other people who's been trying to get a change in this platform is Charles Percy. He was upset about a platform plank which requires that judges that are appointed by the Republican Party, if Governor Reagan gets in, would have to have some commitment, would have to be committed, in effect, as a litmus test to pro-life, anti-abortion. What's the message that's being sent by this convention?
Well, I think this is a plank that just doesn't belong in this platform, and I think many delegates feel that way, but not enough. It was in there, it was a compromise, but we just didn't get the votes. But we had a fair chance in our Illinois delegation and many other delegations to vote it up or down today, and we lost.
But you failed to get 6 states, and John Leopold in Hawaii failed to get 6 states. Is this convention that conservative?
I think this convention wants unity. This convention has a good platform. And as I said to our delegation, I voted for that platform because on the really big issues, national defense, rebuilding the economy in this country, and having a foreign policy that has real credibility and asserts our leadership in the free world, this platform can do that, and I can support it. And I was only concerned about the judicial plank because I'm concerned about the nation going too oriented and polarized toward single issues.
But the plank stays in. Senator Percy, thanks very much.
Yeah.
Now back up to John Chancellor.
It's interesting, Senator Percy tried to get that resolution passed, which he just described to you, in the Illinois delegation, which has 102 members. He only got 27 of them to go along with him on that. That shows the degree of unity, and the revolt is now over, I think, at the Republican convention, having lasted under a quarter of an hour. We'll be back with more convention coverage after this.
Reagan is coming over to the convention hall in about a half hour, we're told. On the podium now is Representative John Rhodes of Arizona, who is the minority leader of the House of Representatives. He is running this year for his 14th term in the House. He has said if the Republicans win a majority of the House, which seems unlikely, he will stay because he would then become Speaker of the House. If the Republicans do not win a majority, he will give up his leadership of the Republicans and let somebody else have it. He is now on the podium, just been introduced as permanent chairman, and he has begun his speech.
To begin with, when Gerald Ford was President of the United States, the free world who knew its leader was. He acted like a leader. He was a leader. Second, Jimmy Carter came into office when inflation had been driven down to 4.8% a year, largely by Jerry Ford's courageous vetoes. This president of promises and the Democrat spenders in Congress have managed to produce an inflation rate of nearly 20% a year. Jimmy Carter came into office telling the American people he would reduce unemployment to 4% a year. This president of promises and the Democrat spenders have produced 7,200,000 Americans out of work. Unemployment threatens to approach 10% by the end of 1980. What kind of record is that to offer the American people? We have seen a president unable to establish a steady course in any study of action which he enters. He has offered energy conservation on Tuesday, energy taxes on Thursday, and higher gasoline prices every day of the week. Let's face it, Mr. Carter is simply the unbelievable president. He has demonstrated a lack of will on the international scene, and for that more than anything else, he must be called to account. This administration conducts high policy by pretense and by posture. Mr. Carter is the president who said it was unacceptable for Soviet combat brigades to stay in Cuba. They're still there. But Jimmy Carter has changed his mind. The unacceptable has become acceptable. But the American people haven't changed their minds. Russian combat troops in Cuba are still unacceptable, Mr. President. While 52 Americans are imprisoned thousands of miles from home in violent contravention of international law, Mr. Carter flounders. This president has conducted affairs of state and responded to human tragedy by the political calendar, with primary election dates boldly marked in red. Who will forget the Tuesday morning of the Wisconsin primary when the president, using the White House as his forum, promised us an end of the hostage crisis? And then who will forget the morning after the Wisconsin primary when this promise was utterly ignored? Who will forget all the other days in this spring and summer when Mr. Carter told us he couldn't come out of the Rose Garden? Remember the press conference he held after the tragedy in the Iranian desert when 8 valiant Americans died while trying to rescue their fellow citizens? That press conference removed any doubt about Mr. Carter's understanding of the presidency. He had the nerve to tell the American people that the Iranian crisis had suddenly now become manageable. So he was going to leave the Rose Garden and take to the campaign trail. Is it any wonder that our international stature has declined so badly these past 4 years, that our interests abroad are violated with such contempt? Mr. Carter's judgment on the status of the Iranian crisis came on the 165th day of the imprisonment of 53 Americans in Tehran. Today, July 15th, we observe the 255th day of that imprisonment. I understand that some Democrats have been upset because Walter Cronkite has ended every evening news broadcast by saying, "And that's the way it is on the 255th day of the imprisonment of 52 Americans in Iran." Mr. President, all Americans are saying that's the way it is. 52 hostages are still in Iran.
Well, John Rhodes.
John Rhodes of Arizona, one of the more interesting members of Congress. He is, as I think I said, planning not to run for a minority leader again if it becomes the majority, the Republicans become the majority, he would expect to be Speaker of the House, which is a high and powerful office. He will stay for that. But he said nobody should stay as leader for more than 7 terms, 7 years, and so he is stepping out.
Tom Brokaw has more on the still unanswered question of whose name will be on that ballot in November with Ronald Reagan. Tom, you're down on the floor.
Yes, I am. I'm here with former Senator Robert Griffin, who 4 years ago was down here wearing a cap, floor manager for Gerald Ford, another son of Michigan. Did I just hear you saying that you think that Gerald Ford ought to be on the ticket this time?
Oh, I certainly do. I think it would be the greatest coup and achievement that could come out of this convention.
Here's former governor.
I have a cohort here who thinks the same thing.
George Romney, former governor of Michigan as well. Now, do you think that Gerald Ford ought to take a place on the ticket with Ronald Reagan?
Absolutely.
Let's turn you around right this way. I don't like to have politicians miss the camera.
Absolutely. There isn't any question but that the team that could do most for this country at this critical time in our history is Reagan and Ford. Ford has national and international experience that's invaluable in dealing with the problems of this nation.
But, Senator, you know it'd be very difficult for Gerald Ford to go back to Washington in that capacity after having served as President of the United States, because a Vice President, no matter how strong the relationship with the President, still is second. And when you've been first in that job especially, that's pretty tough, isn't it?
It would be an awkward and difficult decision for Jerry to make, one that he's not been inclined to make. On the other hand, I think we could have a new relationship between the President and the Vice President. There could be some understandings about a new role and responsibility for the Vice President in these circumstances. It could happen, that's all.
And furthermore, he indicated he wants to serve the country.
Yeah.
And he's willing to do anything in the interest of the country. And certainly he can be much more effective doing that than anything else I can think of.
Right.
He'd have more influence in what's going to happen in the future than in any other capacity.
Thank you, George Romney. Bob Griffin. Promoting Gerald Ford for Vice President of the United States. Now here's Chris Wallace.
The elder statesman of the Michigan party may be for Gerald Ford, but one of the young Turks, Dave Stockman, a congressman from Michigan, is for Jack Kemp. We understand there's going to be a big demonstration for Kemp tonight. They've handed out something like 3,000 banners and hats. What are you trying to do, stampede the convention?
Well, I'm not privy to all the plans, but I think I've sensed a great deal of enthusiasm and support throughout many delegations on the floor for Jack, and I expect that'll be apparent when he comes to the podium to give his address tonight.
Do you really sense that whatever happens here on the floor is going to have any impact on Ronald Reagan?
No, I don't think it will. I think a choice like this is going to be made by the presidential candidate and his closest advisors. I think that's the way it should be made. After all, he's the one that's going to have to run with his vice presidential candidate. Since there haven't been a lot of issues that have involved the convention directly, this is just one way to allow the delegates to participate.
Dave Stockman, thanks very much. The mystery over the vice presidency remains. Back to John Chancellor.
Questions. We'll be back after this.
NBC News continues to report the 1980 Republican National Convention. Here is David Brinkley.
We are back. The Republicans' siege guns will be along shortly. In the meantime, our NBC affiliates have made a survey of the delegates' choices for vice president, and we'll be reporting these from time to time. In the eastern part of the country, George Bush is by far the favorite of these delegates. He has about twice as many votes as Howard Baker. Jack Kemp and Richard Lugar are far behind the leaders. In Pennsylvania, Baker and Bush are running neck and neck. Our poll was taken by stations KYW-TV in Philadelphia, WBRE-TV in Wilkes-Barre, and WIIC-TV in Pittsburgh. Bush, of course, won the Pennsylvania primary last April. The Maryland delegates also favored Bush for second place. Kemp and Baker are far behind. Station WBAL-TV in Baltimore took the poll for us. Delaware narrowly favors George Bush, with Baker a close second. Philadelphia station KYW-TV took this poll for us. Well, these states are typical of the East, where delegates from every state except Vermont came out for Bush in preference to any of the other candidates. Again, John, as we've been saying, these votes are wonderful, but the only vote that counts is Reagan's.
one single one. Ken Bodie of our staff reports that he has been told by people who purport to know that Reagan's advisors are divided into two groups now, and that it's down to three, not the 5, 6, or 7 that Reagan said he was still considering earlier. One of the Reagan groups would like to have either Congressman Jack Kemp or Congressman Guy Vanderjagt. The other group wants either George Bush or Congressman Kemp. And so therefore you will notice, according to Bodie's report from Reagan insiders, that Congressman Kemp is on both lists. The advisors are divided, but each group would accept Congressman Kemp. Well, we'll know later. It's hard to say right now. David and I interviewed Governor Reagan this weekend on the subject of economics, and he had some things which we think are very interesting, and we'd like to show them to you now. Governor Reagan on economics.
How is it possible to cut taxes, balance the budget, and expand the military?
You may not be able to with all three of those in there, and I have pointed that out. That if you cannot reduce the cost of government enough to balance the budget because of the military needs, then you've got to determine the priorities. And I have said that I believe a priority there would be our national security, and that if you had, just as you do in wartime, a deficit due solely to our defensive buildup, I think that would be acceptable to the people. It certainly would be to me. I would hope that we could reduce useless spending and extravagance enough. But again, when you say the tax cuts, I have to point out that a proper cut in tax rates is not necessarily reflective of a loss in revenue. When John F. Kennedy did it over a 2-year period, the federal government actually got more revenue at the lower rates than it had been getting at the higher rates because of the increased prosperity.
Governor Reagan on the economic problems of the future years in Washington. We will hear from him from time to time during this week on other subjects. In Washington, during these Republican camp meetings here in Detroit, we have invited a group of Democrats of practiced eye to listen and watch what is happening here in Detroit, and then to make whatever comments they care to make. They're there, and we will do the same during the Democratic convention and give the Republicans a chance to comment. They are in Washington with Bill Monroe. Bill?
Thank you, David. Left to right, Senator Lawton Childs of Florida, Senator Paul Tsongas of Massachusetts, and Ambassador Robert Strauss, Jimmy Carter's campaign chairman and former national chairman of the Democratic Party. Have you been listening to some of the material coming from the Democratic platform about economics today and about taxes? And we just heard Governor Reagan talk about his tax plan, and he says it will work because the Kennedy tax plan worked, and there's some similarities between the two. What about that, Ambassador Strauss?
Well, there are very few similarities, and conditions are not the same, and this is really not... This is a Republican's night, I guess, Republican's week, and it's difficult to be constantly commenting on them, but simple answers. I remember Mencken said some years ago, a great political observer and convention observer, and I remember that he said, to every complex problem, there is usually a very simple answer, and it's nearly always wrong. These simple answers are nearly always wrong. Problems are difficult. They don't lend themselves to that kind of oversimplistic solution.
Well, Senator Tsongas, the Kennedy tax plan, as we remember, did work. Business picked up, and Governor Reagan says that's going to increase unemployment and put the country in better economic shape. Will it not work?
Well, first of all, you had a very different inflation story back in the 60s. You did not have the inflation that you're running today. There's no way you could have a tax cut, get a handle on inflation, and balance the budget. It simply is not possible. And the question is whether the Republicans are going to simply choose which of the three is the most important to them. But to suggest that you can't have all three, I think is at best hypocritical.
You suggested a while ago that the Republicans were now talking Democratic and vice versa. Does that leave you comfortable, Senator Childs?
Well, when they talk across the board tax cut, that is the most inflationary tax cut that you could have. And where we recognize that the biggest problem in our country today is how to formulate more capital. Capital formation is what we need in this country, and there's where I think you have to go away from a across-the-board tax cut and try to go something that's going to make productivity work.
Thank you, Senator Childs, Senator Tsongas, and Ambassador Strauss. Now back to Detroit.
This is Chris Wallace back in Detroit, and I'm in the VIP box with Mrs. Nancy Reagan. Mrs. Reagan, good to see you again.
How are you, Chris? It's
Very well.
To see you.
You've been at other conventions in '68 and '76, but always as the wife of a losing candidate. This must be a good deal more pleasant.
Better to win than lose, yes.
You told me once on the campaign plane that at earlier conventions, those other ones, that they'd sit you in the back of the room. Not that's a good view.
Yes, I was just saying. That's true. I said to Ronnie that this time, at least, we might get a good box.
Could we ask you, we see that some of your children are here. Could we ask you to do a few introductions for us?
Yes. This is Mike Reagan and his wife Colleen and Maureen Reagan.
Maureen, let me ask you a question. How does it feel? Did you ever think that you were going to go to a convention in which they were going to nominate your father for President of the United States?
Yes, I've been thinking it for about 2.5 months now.
Is it very exciting to sit here and look at all these delegates and know that the vast majority of them are for your dad?
Well, being at the National Convention is very exciting, and since we did it the other way, we knew that this was definitely the way we wanted to do it this time.
Mrs. Reagan, the big question, of course, at this convention, the remaining mystery, is the vice presidency. Has your husband really not made a choice yet?
He has not made a choice yet. And as a matter of fact, we had dinner last night with Maureen and Mike and Colleen and our grandchild, and we decided that the way that we were going to do this was who could eat the most jelly beans.
Have you got an answer for that yet?
No.
But there are certainly senators and congressmen all across the country who are practicing with jelly beans, I would assume. Is he losing sleep over it? Is he tormented by the decision?
It's very much on his mind, of course. It's a very important decision.
I have to ask you a question because it has come up. Do you like George Bush?
Of course I like George Bush. I don't know where all this came about. Suddenly I'm reading that I don't like somebody and I do like somebody and I don't like somebody else. It's not true.
Is that important, that you and the governor get along with whoever the running mate is?
Well, I think it's important that he gets along with the running mate, that they have a compatible, relationship.
What role are you playing in the decision-making process?
None.
Oh, come on.
No, none. I honestly am not. First of all, I don't have any choice. I mean, I really have no... I don't know who would be best. I really don't. It's a hard decision.
Is it down to 2 or 3 at this point?
Chris? I don't know.
There was talk that the governor might make another try to get Jerry Ford on the ticket. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't. I know they met this afternoon.
And you don't know anything that went on at the meeting?
No, I wasn't there. I know that they talked about, obviously, general political situation, and I'm sure they must have talked about possible candidates. But whether it's not my understanding that they talked about him.
We hear stories, and I'm sure you've read lots of them, about how you are a very important force in the Reagan campaign, the key advisor. True or false?
False.
What is your role?
Well, I think I'm sort of a sounding board for him whenever he has to face a decision or make a decision. It helps to have somebody to talk to, bounce ideas off of, and helps you to formulate your own opinions, I think. But I'm not the great driving force that have been portrayed as.
There's been a lot of talk that the speeches that the various top choices would make at this convention would be very important. If the governor is sitting there with a legal pad rating these people as if they're actors auditioning. Is that true?
Oh, no. No.
Did you sit there last night and watch Lugar and Simon and Rumsfeld?
No.
You didn't watch them at the convention?
I know, we watched them, but not with the... Oh, Chris. We watched them, but not with a pad and pencil.
I mean, they're not auditioning in any sense.
No, they're not.
I noticed that you're sitting here in the VIP box with the wives and the husbands of various people that are speaking, and some of those people who are speaking are vice presidential candidates.
That's right.
So that, for instance, Mrs. Vanderjagt, the wife of Congressman Guy Vanderjagt, who's one of the top choices, is sitting next to you, and down the line is Mrs. Jack Kemp.
Yes.
Are they putting any pressure on you, giving you any little hints about choosing their husband?
No.
Mrs. Vanderjagt, is there anything you'd like to say to Mrs. Reagan about your husband?
Oh, she knows that I think he's a wonderful man.
It must be tough, though, for them, don't you think? Do you feel for them all sitting here waiting?
Well, I'm sure it's as tough for them as it is for Ronnie. It's tough for everybody. That's one thing, you know, about the decision having been made this far in advance of who the nominee is. They wouldn't have this much time to concentrate and talk about and speculate about who the vice president would be. Usually it's done in, what, 12 hours or something.
Let me ask you one last question. Betty Ford said today that she felt that the plank on ERA, opposing the amendment itself, will make it tougher for the Republicans to win in the fall. Do you agree?
I don't think so. I think when they understand that the Republicans came out for equal rights, it's just a matter of difference of opinion as to how best to approach it. One group wants to go by amendment, one group wants to go by statute, but we all want equal rights.
Ms. Reagan, thank you very much. Before we go, though, I noticed that another one of the Senate wives is sitting next to you, Mrs. John Warner, who is better known as Elizabeth Taylor. Is this your first convention?
Pardon?
Is this your first convention?
No.
Let me ask you a question. I think you'd be especially qualified to answer this. Some people are concerned that Ronald Reagan is a former actor and that somehow that should disqualify him from the presidency.
Some of the most intelligent people I know are actors. Don't you think?
And are they up to running the country?
Pardon?
And are they up to running the country?
Well, why not? I mean, intelligence, whether you've had acting... as a matter of fact, I've always said that I think there's a great similarity between show business and politics. In politics and in show business, you're on, you're 2 and 4, you're a constituent, you're public, whatever you want to call it. The only main difference, and the most important difference, is that one is fictional, and one is real. And that is the basic difference.
Mrs. Warner, thanks very much. Mrs. Reagan, thanks for letting us in the VIP box. Now back to John Chancellor.
Well, later on, we'll ask Chris Wallace to go back and ask Mrs. Warner what she means when she says that in show business, it's like politics. You're always on. It's 2 and 4. There's another little linguistic puzzle this evening. We're going down to the platform now where Benjamin Hooks, the executive director of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, is addressing the convention.
The private sector for recruiting and training disadvantaged black youth so that they may eventually be able to compete in the American workforce. For this large number of unemployed black youth, in the words of Mr. Jones, chairman of General Electric, constitute a ticking time bomb that would threaten to destroy the whole of our nation. We need each and every one of you to relentlessly pursue a policy of quality integrated education for all Americans in public schools and to promote the concept of accountability on the part of school personnel. This includes adequate funding. There is no question but that the energy crisis is real. There is no question also that the response on the part of the political leadership in Congress regarding a comprehensive energy program has been inadequate and unimpressive. We therefore urge a pricing plan for the conservation of energy that produces equity for the poor, and we support the immediate implementation of a fuel stamp program. We also urge support for programs to increase aid for clean, safe, efficient, low-cost public transportation in the inner city and policies of urban revitalization, which include the development of racially and economically integrated housing. As a civil rights organization, we may differ with many of you on the issues of abortion, capital punishment, and the Equal Rights Amendment. The common thread which runs throughout our concerns for each of these issues is in part because of uneven treatment on the basis of race, sex, or poverty. We urge you to re-examine your positions to make sure that the American values of equality of opportunity are guaranteed on these issues of such vital concern. For instance, on the issue of abortion, whatever your personal position might be, we at the NAACP believe that any rights and options which are awarded and available to the rich must be available to the poor. We urge full support of a health insurance plan which covers all Americans with a comprehensive range of benefits. As political leaders of this nation, if you are serious about eliminating all forms of racial discrimination in housing, you must support policies and programs that will provide an adequate, affordable supply of housing, particularly for the low and moderate income family. It is time for the U.S. Senate to pass the 1980 Fair Housing Act as adopted by the U.S. House of Representatives. We note that several Republican members of the House Judiciary Committee provided real leadership in securing the passage in the House of the 1980 Fair Housing Act. The heavy involvement of American capital in South Africa supports the continued exploitation of the black majority. We therefore submit that American investment should not be used to support the evils of apartheid. We urge this party to forthrightly demand of South Africa that they and their policies be denied American aid that supports directly or indirectly apartheid. The appointment to the U.S. Supreme Court and the federal judiciary must continue to include more blacks, Hispanic Americans, and women. We call for a Supreme Court that will be faithful to the majesty of the Constitution and sensitive to the sweep of racial history in America. While we have increased the number of black elected officials over the past 10 years, of the more than 4,000 black elected officials, less than 10% are Republicans. We call upon this party to vigorously seek out and support black Republicans for public office. At virtually every stage of the criminal justice system, there are racial disparities, gross inequities, and patented injustice. In the final analysis, however, crime will be controlled by the expansion of equal opportunity, the proper hiring and training and deployment of law enforcement officers that respect the rights of all persons who are arrested. We are concerned and disagree with the recent decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in the Mobile, Alabama case, and we favor legislative changes permissible under the Supreme Court decision that will eliminate districting that has a discriminatory effect. And we urge endorsement of ratification of the District of Columbia Voter Representation Amendment. Finally, key provisions of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 would expire in 1982 unless extended. It is essential to pass legislation providing for such an extension in order to complete the job of full enfranchisement commenced by the passage of the 1965 Act. We urgently ask your support of such legislation. As a black growing up in a rigidly segregated society, I have felt the sting of overt, blatant prejudice and segregation. But like the overwhelming majority of black Americans, I remain loyal to the American dream. Throughout our long and tortured history, we as black folk have been sustained by the faith that one day America would truly be the land of complete and equal opportunity for all. We remain committed to that goal. Black folk, through slavery, through second-class citizenship, through separate but unequal, through the dark and difficult days, have remained true to the goals of America. We remain faithfully committed to those ideals today. I learned a song many years ago. It speaks of the glory and grandeur that is America's. I close with that song tonight. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesty above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and now let us from this time and this place, united in heart and head and hand, black and white, Jew and Gentile, rich and poor, learned and unlearned, male, female, Catholic, Protestant, believers, non-believers, and other believers, let us move out and crown that good with brotherhood and sisterhood from sea to shining sea, peace and freedom.
Standing ovation in the Republican Convention Hall for Benjamin Hooks, Executive Director of the NAACP. Tom Pettit on the convention floor is talking with Arthur Fletcher, who is chairman of the District of Columbia delegation to this convention. Tom?
Arthur, what did you think of the speech by Mr. Hooks?
Just a minute, please.
What was you helped set up the speech.
Arthur Fletcher, who is the chairman of the district.
Your reaction to that speech.
Mr. Fletcher, let me ask you about the negotiations.
Everybody asks at the same time. ABC, Public Radio, and we ask the same question.
We worked for 3 days, starting last Friday, to negotiating with the leadership in the Reagan camp, with the leadership of the Republican Party, and with the leadership in the House and the Senate.
And what time did they actually put him on the program?
They finally agreed to put him on the program along about somewhere between 4 and 6 this evening.
Well, why did it take him so long? Were they afraid that he might say something controversial?
No, they had a lot of machinery to go through. They had to get various committees to agree that he ought to make the speech. And the fact of the matter is, they've been working on this program for better than a year, and to let someone come in and crowd into it is a little of a problem.
Arthur, what did this speech accomplish, Mr. Fletcher? What did the speech accomplish, sir?
Black vote, or is the black vote going to Jimmy Carter?
Let me respond by saying I think the speech had an impact. We saw a standing ovation here, and we heard an audience listen very carefully to what he had to say. And I think this is step number one to drawing attention to the Republican Party's effort to reach out to the black community and say that this platform is a welcome platform and there's room for you in the Republican Party. I was particularly happy to hear Ben Hooks say that it's time for the Republicans to start electing some black Republicans so that we can have an impact in the halls of the Congress.
Well, if the party's reaching out, why are there only about 63 of you delegates who are black?
What is interesting is those 63 who are delegates that are black were able to change this program. That amounts to impact. I would challenge the several hundred Democrats at the Democrat convention to have the impact that 65 have had here.
Thank you very much, Mr.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Sam, Nina, Arthur Fletcher. Thank you all. Now back to you, John.
No, in fact,
a little traffic jam there?
A little traffic jam. When Pettit finds them, the others always come over one way or the other. Pettit might have said thank you and good night before anybody else did. That's an old trick that floor reporters use. When you get somebody for an interview, and if somebody else horns in, we had one floor reporter here who is no longer with us, I'm sorry to say, and he got in that situation one night, finished his interview, and turned to his competitor and said, "He's all yours." We'll be back after this.
Senator John Warner of Virginia and his wife Elizabeth Taylor flew into Detroit today from Europe. She had been there making a movie. He is about to speak, is being introduced on the podium at this moment.
Co-chairman of Governor Reagan's Foreign Policy Advisory Committee, Senator John Warner. Senator Warner.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Reagan, fellow Republicans, we meet tonight in freedom. Freedom hard won at Yorktown, Lexington, freedom hard preserved in the Argonne and the Philippines, at Incheon, on Normandy Beach. Freedom precious to mankind's dreams, yet so precarious it could be wrested from us. Tonight, I wish I could speak words of comfort and assurance, but I cannot, for tonight our freedom is in jeopardy, and the clear responsibility lies squarely with the man who has misdirected our foreign policy, our defense policy, James Earl Carter. In history, nations have lost freedom when their policies for defense and foreign relations lurched back and forth or took twists and unpredictable turns like those of Jimmy Carter. Staying free demands the stable, credible, dependable leadership Americans have known from other presidents. One of those presidents, Dwight Eisenhower, said, "Until war is eliminated from international relations, unpreparedness for it is well nigh as criminal as war itself." My father feared and hated war. He was a frontline surgeon in World War I, and he came away from the trenches with a loathing for killing. In the 1930s, he took me to the shores of Virginia and showed me the big coastal guns that protected the East Coast. And he said, "Son, those guns protect our nation. I pray you will never have to go to war." With great pride, I have served my country in 3 wars, as a sailor, as a Marine, as Secretary of the Navy. The threat of war is still with us, and today we are not well prepared because Jimmy Carter has spent nearly 4 years in the White House viewing the world through rose-tinted glasses. He sees the world as he would like it to be, not as the world is. Imagine a president who says the Russian invasion of Afghanistan taught him more about Soviet intentions in 2 weeks than 3 years of negotiating on SALT II. The hard-eyed men in the Kremlin have taken Jimmy Carter's measure, and they believe it to be America's measure. As they grow more powerful, they perceive America's strength as ebbing day by day under Jimmy Carter's policies of rhetoric and symbolism instead of substance and action. And the Soviets move out into the world where they once feared to venture. Now, the Soviets are not alone in this perception produced by Jimmy Carter. They see Jimmy Carter's unpredictability and his inconsistency have embarrassed and embittered many nations who would be America's friends tonight. Europe's leaders understand the Soviet threat
and are beginning to question America's ability and even America's will to respond. They feel left with little choice but to explore their own independent accommodation with the Kremlin. And the third world tilts with the shifting balance of power. Where does America stand tonight? How long will freedom's flag fly in the world if America lowers freedom's shield? This year, the people are telling candidates what the issues are. Jimmy Carter, they are saying, it is in the national interest of the United States to maintain sound foreign policy, credible, because it is backed by a strong national defense. Why, Jimmy Carter, have you let us down?
John Warner, the Republican senator from Virginia, a member of the Armed Services Committee, attacking President Carter. We're going to go now to Washington and our Democratic panel for their reaction to these proceedings. Bill Monroe.
Thank you, John. Next to me, Ambassador Robert Strauss, former chairman of the Democratic Party and now chairman of the Carter campaign. Next to him, Senator Paul Tsongas of Massachusetts. Next to him, Senator Lawton Chiles of Florida. Senator Lugar said it yesterday, Senator Warner said it tonight, Senator Tsongas, that President Carter has allowed American strength to slip while the Soviet strength has been increasing. How are the Democrats going to answer that?
Well, I think the problem that the Republicans have is just going over the figures. If you look at what took place during the Nixon-Ford years, just in terms of expenditures for defense, where it went down 32% in real terms during those 8 years, and compare it with the Carter term, then they've got a very serious problem in adjusting the figures to the rhetoric that we've been hearing. But there's no question there's going to be discussion about defense, and I think the danger the Republicans run is getting to the point where you're talking about an arms race. And I think most moderate Americans would begin to back off from that kind of talk.
Are you unconcerned about where America's strength stands right now?
Well, I don't think there's any question there has to be more defense spending on conventional weaponry. But I think to go from that to an uncontrolled arms race is, I think, unacceptable to most Americans.
What about the statement that Senator Warner ended with, Mr. Strauss, to the effect that President Carter has let us down in terms of maintaining our defenses?
Well, the figures are, as Senator Tsongas said, President Carter has increased real dollar spending on defense each year he's been in office. The Republicans, 7 out of the 8 years, went down, and they went down some 33%, as he said. I would also point out to you, this is all nice convention rhetoric. Senator Warner commented on President Carter being naive on Russia and Afghanistan. And I would remind you that Governor Reagan's response is not exactly a great statesmanship when he suggested that our response to the Russian invasion of Afghanistan should be to blockade Cuba. So that response leaves a good deal to be desired. And this is campaign rhetoric, and sometimes it's effective, and sometimes it falls very short of the mark.
Senator Chiles, have not the Soviets been outspending us and outbuilding us in defense terms?
Yes, they have. And that's something that we really began to realize in about 76 and right after that. Prior to that time, after SALT I was passed, I think we believed it over here that we were going to have detente, and so we started scaling down. After we began to see the figures, after 76, we began to build up. This year, we have 8.5% increase in the budget authority. That's what drives all those future years, and 3% in the real dollars that we'll spend this year. So everybody is on a course to reverse that now, just like everybody was on a course to cut spending off in the 70s. That happened to be during the time that the Republicans were in power, and the course of the reversal happened to come during a time that the Democrats are in power. But I think everybody in this country realizes now that we've got to put more into our defense budget.
Thank you, Senator Chiles, Senator Tsongas. Ambassador Strauss, we may be hearing from these gentlemen later. Now back to Detroit.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gary Gottlieb has worked his way to the VIP box at the far end of the hall, far behind us here, the opposite end of the hall, where he is about to talk to Maureen Reagan, the governor's daughter. Gary?
Actually, David, Maureen Reagan has made her way from the VIP box to the California alternate section, where she belongs, really, because she is a member of the California delegation as an alternate. It's a big night for the Reagan family. Everybody's here except your father. One of the things that has been an issue at this convention, of course, is women, is ERA. Now, your father has been supporting the platform, which didn't support the ERA amendment. You in the past have and are still working strongly forward. What do you think about the platform and the issue?
Well, I was very disappointed when the platform committee didn't follow our 40-year tradition, though I must say I was rather amused because most of my Democrat friends didn't even know that we'd been endorsing it all these years, so I guess nobody noticed we had till we didn't. But we had a very important meeting today, Garrett, with the women leaders in the Republican Party, including Margaret Heckler and Mary Louise Smith, Helen Milliken, Nancy Kassebaum. I was there, and I was very lucky to be there, and it was an exciting meeting because these women put their positions forth, and they told him the issues that they felt should be addressed, and he had no problems with what they were saying and was determined that the campaign will deal with those issues and make a very strong statement about it. So I was very proud of them all.
Do you talk to your father about politics a lot? Are you a political family, and do you argue and debate issues like ERA?
Well, we discuss a lot of issues. I find that if you get to the point where you're arguing with somebody isn't listening.
Well, who listens and who talks in your family?
It depends on what the issue is.
But it's ERA.
Well, we have discussed it over the years, and again, the women today were not saying anything I had not said. In fact, Mary Louise Smith, the very first thing she said was, "Governor, you've probably heard all this before." But the important thing was that there was an understanding. I mean, the women went away feeling that they had been heard and that their grievances would be addressed, and I think he went away with a better understanding of what we wanted.
Now, when you sit down with your father and you talk politics or you talk personal things, what is it that, and this is a personal feeling of yours, what do you think is the single quality that makes him qualified to be President of the United States? If you had to name one and said, this in my heart and my soul as a child makes me convinced that he is the man who should be in the White House.
Oh, well, now you changed the question, because I've been a political activist for 20 years, so I would campaign for Ronald Reagan if one of us was named Smith. The important thing is a president of the United States has the one single most important job, and that job is to attract the most creative minds of the time to government to address the problems of the day. And when he was governor of California, he was not only able to attract those kinds of creative minds, but they were people who came and brought their ideas and built a system that they then went back and lived under, like you and me, like we have to do. And that's what we need at the federal level. We don't need any more people who want to make a career of government. We need people who will come and say, okay, I'll give you 4 years or 5 years, and I'll do this, this, and this, and I'll solve that kind of problem, and I'm going home.
Now, one reason we're sitting up here in the alternate section and you're in the VIP box and we're not down on the floor of the convention itself is that, as you said, the question of the vice presidential candidate is still wide open, and you don't want to get involved in any politicking that may be going on down on the floor until your father has made up his mind. But what kind of a candidate would you like to see as vice president, from your point of view? Would you like to see someone with strong support for ERA, women's rights, or what other qualities do you think that man or woman should bring to the job?
Well, he and I have had a deal for a long time that neither of us would inflict upon the other either ideas or the knowledge they didn't want extended to the rest of the world, but there really hasn't been a decision as yet. I think that what we need in the party is that we need geographic balance, and we also need, I think, the balance of experience. In other words, he comes from the administrative end of government, so we need some legislative experience. Who that is, I don't know, but I think those are the two things I'm looking for. But I have it on very good authority, Garrett. You really want to know that to be totally compatible with Ronald Reagan, what whoever it is will really need is to love jelly beans.
Jelly beans is the food for thought tonight at the Republican convention. Thank you very much, Maureen Reagan. Now back to John Chancellor.
Very articulate lady. Barry Goldwater is coming up next. It is interesting to note that Mr. Goldwater, the hero of the conservative wing of the party in 1964 when he won its nomination, is now 71 years old. He left a hospital bed to come here tonight to address this convention. He's still suffering from calcium deposits, but he'll be here, and I think we can safely predict he will electrify this hall. We'll be back with more of that after this.
On the podium, On the podium here in Detroit, Barry Goldwater Jr. has just been announced. He has come out to introduce his father, who will speak shortly. There's a demonstration of welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members and delegates, John, let me correct the record. The Goldwaters originated in California, and I was born in California. Somehow we got astray. They went off west to Arizona, but we're very proud of them. 4 years ago in Kansas City, I had the honor to introduce my father to the Republican National Convention. I enjoyed it so much that I thought I'd do it again.
Senator Goldwater is on crutches, as you can see. He has suffered for years from calcium deposits, and in fact, when he went to accept the party's nomination in '64, he was on crutches. But he left Andrews Air Force Base Hospital, and he's here tonight. But that's what the crutch is about.
From that November in 1964, 16 years later, principles that he stood for are being trumpeted by politicians everywhere. Balance the budget, stop strangling people with taxes, deal with our enemies from strength and not from weakness, fight for a national standard of ethics and values, and bring back the true meaning of the word, the American dream. A prophet in his own time? You're damn right. Almost everything that he advocated and predicted in 1964 has come to pass. As one of America's premier statesmen, the man from Arizona stood in the trenches, often alone, never giving 1 inch of ground in the defense of freedom. And once again, as the Republican Party stands on the threshold of victory, Barry Goldwater is ready again to give his all to elect his friend Ronald Reagan as President of the United States. Barry Goldwater, grandson of Polish immigrants who fled tyranny 130 years ago, steeped in the rugged traditions of the Wild West. Barry Goldwater taught values, ethics, and universal truths by his mother, one of the most remarkable women to have ever lived. Barry Goldwater, defending his country in its hour of need, statesman, senator, Air Force general, author, explorer, and lecturer. And yet, all through this, he found time for his family, to teach his kids right from wrong, and partner with my mother in one of the greatest loves ever. Yes, I have no problem praising my father, and I don't think you do either. Praise him for devoting a lifetime to decency and to truth. We can praise him even though some skeptics are skeptic, doubters doubt, critics were critical. For in our hearts, we knew he was right. It is therefore with a great deal of love, honor, and respect that I present to you my father, one of the nation's great leaders, Senator Barry Goldwater.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you. I think I will accept your nomination. Okay. First of all, I don't want to surprise my oldest son too much, but this is his birthday, and I wanted to wish him a very happy 42nd birthday, and to tell him that all this jazz about life doesn't start at 40, that's all it is. And it gets better as it goes on. Barry, I thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. And I'd just like to take a moment, because I know your mother is watching this, to say thank you to her for making you possible. Thank you. Now, if you get tired of seeing me come to these conventions on crutches, believe me, should I throw it or just keep it here? If you get tired of seeing me on crutches, believe me, I get tired of being on them. But if you had to work around Washington, D.C., I think you'd probably wind up on crutches. In fact, I know some people back there that should be using crutches under their brains. Now, my fellow Americans, I thank you for this great honor. And I am particularly proud to be here with my fellow Arizonans and be able to stand with them when we ratify the name of our next president, Ronald Reagan. Now, let me suggest that these few moments that we will have together might be spent in a recital of the tragic miscalculations of the president and his administration. Those economic decisions which have given us the highest rate of inflation in our history. Those foreign policy decisions which have cost us the respect of our enemies and destroyed the confidence of our friends throughout the world. and those military decisions which have reduced us to the rank of a second-rate power. Now, my years of dedication to the problems of national defense compel me at this time to call history as my witness that weakness leads to war. My friends, if this country had been adequately armed back in the 1930s, there never would have been a World War II. If we'd had leadership worthy of the name, Vietnam wouldn't have lasted more than a few days. And let me suggest to you that if our country had been adequately armed and prepared, and another big if our leaders had displayed the guts and the courage America is noted for, no country in this world would ever have taken hostages from us. Yes, my friends, we might spend our time together criticizing, but in my humble opinion, we can serve a much, much greater purpose. We are gathered here as Americans and as representatives of the Republican Party. We are united by our commitment to the basic truths proclaimed in that living document, the Declaration of Independence. And let me suggest that we are here tonight, most importantly, to reaffirm our faith in those truths. We believe in freedom. We believe in liberty without license. We believe that because all men share equally in the love of Almighty God, every man must be equal before the law. We believe the citizen is sovereign, not people who gather in some hidden room in the White House. We believe that all legitimate government rests upon the informed consent of the governed. Now, we have not abandoned nor deserted these basic beliefs, and yet this beloved country of ours stands in great peril. Our fellow countrymen are distraught, confused, alarmed, and uncertain. Fear and distress abound. And our one task is to set before this nation a course which can correct the errors of the past and lead us forward. Now, to all of you assembled here tonight, and to those watching these proceedings on television or listening to the radio, it is my solemn belief that we must order a dramatic change in the direction this country is headed. There must be a change from distrust of our government to confidence in it. There must be a change from weakness, from uncertainty and weakness, to strength and trust. There must be a change from fear to faith. And we must turn our backs, ladies and gentlemen, on the false promises of something for nothing, and perpetual care and eternal bliss offered by the advocates of those who support a super-federal state. My friends, we must penetrate the deception, and I use that word kindly, of those who have distorted and misrepresented our Constitution as an excuse for endless tinkering with our society, and reaffirm our understanding of the Constitution as the document which guarantees individual freedom and demands individual responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe in the Republican philosophy of government. Honesty. Isn't that a word that we hear too little of? Honesty. When the president of our country stands on the decks of an aircraft carrier just returned from combat and promises increased pay, and that night says he would veto it, we don't have to put up with that, and we can change it soon. We believe in fiscal responsibility, full value return for each dollar taken in taxes, and an acceptable tax burden which will not destroy individual initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe these ideas offer the best hope of the future to the American people and to the free world. Yes, we are a partisan Republican. We gather here tonight encouraged by the primary elections, by the polls which indicate that an ever-increasing number of Americans are dissatisfied with the policies and programs of that element of the Democratic Party which has controlled, misjudged, and misdirected this nation without interruption since January 1955. Oh, to be sure, we've had Republicans in the White House, but let me remind you, since that January of '55, the Democrats have controlled the Congress of the United States. And it is the Congress, let me repeat that, it is the Congress that runs the country and determines the spending, creates and then fails to control the bureaucracy which is destroying us. Now our enemies overseas have grown stronger while we have grown weaker. In fact, I might say that the present administration has acted like a weather vane in its approach to the military budget. The American people are not hopelessly parochial in their worldview. They recognize the relentless determination of the Soviet Union to conquer the world for communism. We are not cowards. We do not subscribe to the belief it is better to be red than dead. We will eagerly support the rebuilding of our military capabilities. We understand it is the first responsibility, and please listen to this, it is the first responsibility of the central government to provide for the common defense. And if there's any more reason needed for a change in November in the White House, I don't know what it is. I don't want to trust the future of my country to people who do not understand that one of the responsibilities is to defend our people wherever they are, and their property and their freedom. But we are skeptical of deceitful leaders who first propose and then abandon new strengths in our defense arsenal. Now, the most important of these strengths are to be found in our personnel, from the lowest ranking enlisted person to the highest ranking officer, and their jobs must be made more appealing, more attractive, and more rewarding. The American people, I will remind you, are not oblivious to history. They understand the greatest guarantee of peace is to be so strong no aggressor nation will be tempted to test that strength. Other nations in the free world, dismayed and confused by the aimless, inconsistent, contradictory foreign policy of the United States, have lost confidence in our leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, we must restore that confidence. We must adopt a foreign policy of consistency and stability, built upon our willingness to use every power we have to keep the peace. Now the American economy deserves a look. The American free enterprise system was once the model that all other countries sought to follow. The American enterprise system produced more products and more services and distributed them more equitably to more people than any other service ever devised. And yet we have people in Washington who want to take us into socialism, nationalism, controlled by the state. At this moment, our system, harassed and tortured by needless and costly government regulations, the American economic system, my friends, is in deep trouble. There is widespread unemployment. Taxes, local and state and federal, take almost 47 cents of every dollar earned. Inflation, as you've been reminded, robs the workers' paychecks, destroys the savings of the elderly, and the major responsibility for this escalating inflation properly belongs to the federal government. Reckless federal spending, deficit spending, and excessive waste, unbalanced budgets, desertion of the gold standard, and removing the silver from our coins. All these actions, thank you, all these actions taken together have destroyed world confidence in our dollar. Now we've resorted to an elaborate overlapping, a conflicting system of public subsidy which does an injustice to the taxpayer by claiming an unfair share of his earnings and destroys the self-confidence and the self-respect of the subsidized. Gentlemen and ladies, the American people are weary, they're fed up, they're angry. They've seen their substance wasted, their individual freedoms diminished. They're ready for a change. They want a stronger America. They want a prosperous America. And they want a better, brighter, more secure future for their children and their children's children. They understand that the uninterrupted one-party rule of the United States has held its people hostage by the concept of a super government wielding unlimited powers to coerce, direct, and govern their lives. They want to change from a welfare state to one in which the employable work. Ladies and gentlemen, keep one thing in mind. The only reason we are here, the only reason there is a United States, the only reason that our ancestors, like my old Polish grandfather, came to this country was for freedom. I'll make this statement that the workers of America are unwilling to permit the truly needy to go hungry, but they are outraged by the massive frauds perpetrated by those who won't work. The American taxpayers will gladly support every proper governmental activity, but they are sick of the reckless, extravagant waste of public funds. Now, in our eagerness to create a heaven on earth, to protect every man from his folly, we have created a monstrous bureaucracy. However well-intentioned these efforts, they have operated to diminish the individual citizen's responsibility, freedom, faith in government, and in the future of our American institutions. And fellow Americans, One of the most incredible developments in American history is the manner in which this nation gave itself a self-inflicted wound. We literally burned out our eyes and cut off our ears. And I refer to what the Democrats did to practically destroy the CIA and the other elements of our national intelligence community, whose mission is to keep us informed on the many threats to our security. Get me a piece of Kleenex. We require intelligence on all areas around the world. Above all, we must know what the Soviets are up to. We must know all we can about the Islamic Crescent. Now, you think it's hot in Arizona? It's about the hottest damn place I've been all day. I love it. I'm not knocking it. We must know the truth about the unstable countries, the new nations of Africa, and the turbulent Caribbean next door. And I might add, and this will make some people angry, we ought to know the truth about some who live amongst us but do not believe in our systems. It is therefore a matter of the highest priority that we reconstitute and rebuild a national intelligence collection capability sufficient to give us the assurance that this country will not be subjected to another Pearl Harbor. Now, we are gathered here tonight to name new leaders to carry on the Republican banner in this fall's election. We are here, God almighty. Where do you get all this from? We are here to offer this nation a course of action which will enlist the people's support, reasonable proposals sustained by both history and our recent experience. We are partisan Republicans, but before we were Republicans, we were Americans. So let us go forth from this convention as Americans first. Let us, without rancor, without guile, without exaggeration, present the truth to our fellow citizens. Let me remind you that the Republican Party was born in a moment of great national peril. The continued existence of the Republic was hanging in the balance, and when men of goodwill and good conscience were divided. And I share with you tonight the conviction that divine providence gave us Abraham Lincoln. And I am persuaded that his steadfast purpose, his compassionate wisdom bound up the nation's wounds so that this house of freedom and justice might endure for Americans. We are Americans. We are the inheritors of the most precious legacy ever bequeathed to man. And I deem the perils of the present moment are no greater than the perils we have faced in the past. I don't find the American people deficient in courage, nor in their devotion to the cause of freedom. Oh, confused perhaps, frustrated certainly, questioning the course we have followed, yes, but eager and willing to make any sacrifice necessary to preserve and to protect this great noble experiment in human freedom offered to the world a little more than 200 years ago. Yes, again. Let us then go forth from this convention as servants of the Republic, as the bearers of truth, offering common sense remedies, resting on historical understanding. Let us study the errors of the past without alleging meanness of motive. Let us seek to unite rather than to divide. And finally, As Republicans, we must not fail in our goal of changing the course of this nation. We must hold sacred our traditions of loyalty and morality. We must guard against destructive false criticism and apathy. We must not surrender to a feeling of helplessness. I truly believe divine providence has provided us with an opportunity to save this great country of ours, and if we leave these gatherings dedicated to that purpose, our duty as Republicans will have been nobly done. And before I leave, ladies and gentlemen, let me make a plea, not as a Republican, not as one who lived through probably the most divisive period that any party in the history of our country ever lived through. If we're not happy with every dot and comma in the platform adopted by this party, all right, let's live with what we've got that we like. I don't like all of it, but it's mine. Let's give the new President Reagan everything that we have in us. I can tell you there's no worse feeling than to go forth in this country as I did and tried to do my best, which wasn't good enough, by the way, which I've never regretted. But to look back, and realize that with a little less carping, a little less nitpicking, a little more willingness to share, a little more willingness to give in, we cannot be a party of thousands and thousands of interpretations of morality or immorality or ethics or conservatism or middle of the road or liberal. We are Republicans. We love our republic, and our job, ladies and gentlemen, is to defend it, and let me tell you, save it, because I have reached that point in my life, not a long life, but I'll tell you it's been an interesting one. I've reached a point where I don't think we have much more time, where this might be the last Republican convention, and in 2 weeks, the last Democrat convention. There are forces working against our country. There are selfish forces working for their own interests in our country. And our country was built upon the concept that freedom came from God and that it belongs to all people as long as we don't abuse the rights that have been given us. Thank you very much.
NBC News continues to report the 1980 Republican National Convention. Here is David Brinkley.
A sign down there on the floor, maybe you saw it, seemed to me to sum up the Republican view of Barry Goldwater's role in the Republican Party's recent history. The sign being waved by somebody said, "Barry, your truth is marching on," which is how they feel. Most of what we have heard in the partisan speeches this week here in Detroit, most of it, if not all of it, Barry Goldwater said first. He is the grand, not very old man of the Republican Party. They love him. We're happy to hear him speak. We're going down to the floor, beginning with Tom Brokaw, and hear some of their reactions. Tom?
David, San Francisco, 1964, the Cow Palace, another Barry Goldwater speech, one that this young man will never forget. He was 16 years old at the time. He doesn't have the best memories of it because his father was the object of a lot of the scorn that grew up out of the convention floor. This is William Scranton III. His father, of course, was contesting Barry Goldwater unsuccessfully for that nomination. A little different atmosphere for you tonight.
It's considerably different. There isn't the acrimony and the bitterness there was in 1964.
When you were only 16 years old and heard the kind of bitter criticism that your father received, were you ever tempted to leave the Republican Party? You're now the Republican Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania.
I don't think that tempted me to leave the Republican Party, but I can tell you that it was an experience that I don't think any members of my family nor many Republicans that I talk to want to live through again. I think that the fact that we are united this year is a tremendous amount of solace for us after 1964.
And yet Ronald Reagan, in a way, is a direct political descendant of Barry Goldwater.
There's a big difference, though, and that difference is that in 1964 the issues were primarily social. This year they are economic and defense issues, which are issues upon which I think the Republicans can stand united. You know, since that time I think the Republican Party's made a tremendous amount of progress in the area of civil rights. You have Strom Thurmond now, who's out pushing very hard for black votes, and I think we've learned a lot in those years.
And what about your father? Will he be campaigning or speaking up in behalf of Ronald Reagan?
I think he will if he's asked. He went out and campaigned very hard on behalf of Barry Goldwater, which is something most people don't remember. In fact, I think he went into more states for Barry Goldwater than anybody else except for Barry Goldwater.
Governor, we've been saying all night that there's about an even split, just slightly in favor of Bush over Baker for the vice presidential candidates in your delegation. Is that an accurate reflection of what's going on?
That isn't we certainly haven't seen that. We had a caucus this morning. We didn't take a formal poll, but it seemed that the overwhelming majority of the delegates in our delegation were for George Bush. There was no pro-Baker sentiment voice, so we have no indication of that.
Still big for Bush.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor William Scranton of Pennsylvania, son of the former governor who once contested Barry Goldwater. Now here's Tom Pettit.
One of the people who was a Scranton delegate at that 64 convention, Evan Hultman of Waterloo, Iowa, is here as a delegate tonight. That was a bitter, bitter convention. You were there, I was there, and remember it well. The passions were enormous, weren't they?
They were. Total contrast with here tonight. The feelings were very strong. There was great cleavage. And the atmosphere, as I thought back tonight, and I remember it so well because I'm having a birthday today, Tom, and it was a birthday then, believe it or not. It was a difference almost between day and night.
And it was hate and mistrust in that convention.
There certainly was.
The New York delegation back here that night walked out.
Lou Lefkowitz, who was the Attorney General, and I was at that time, and I have visited about it on occasion. Yes, they got up and walked out.
And there were near fistfights at certain
There were, very definitely, Tom.
And tonight it's all sweetness and love.
This is a love affair, and it doesn't mean that there aren't still differences, basic, as there were then, for example, in that platform, as I went through it myself today. But there is a give and take here there was no give and take that night, 16 years ago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Altman. See you in 16 years. To Chris Wallace.
Congressman Phil Crane has been called a young Ronald Reagan. Unfortunately, when he ran for president this year, the voters prefer the old Ronald Reagan. How important was Barry Goldwater in the development of your conservative thought?
Not as much in my philosophy as my political involvement, but I wouldn't be a member of Congress if Barry Goldwater hadn't run in '64.
How close is what Ronald Reagan is saying today to what Barry Goldwater was saying in 1964?
I think extremely close. If you go back and examine major themes, there's fundamental consistency, but Barry Goldwater fortunately lived long enough to be proved a prophet.
Explain to me then, in 1964, this party nominated Barry Goldwater. It split the party and led to a terrible defeat. Now the Republicans are going to nominate another conservative. The party is united. Reagan is the favorite. What's changed?
Well, I think what's changed are events in the country. The pigeons have come home to roost, and the analysis that we made of the faults of the liberals' approach to problem solving now is being felt very painfully, with a massive unemployment, massive inflation rates, incredible taxes. So I think that it's events that have caught up with us.
Congressman Phil Crane, thanks very much. It's one big happy party here on the floor. Now to John Chancellor.
Thank you, Chris, and we'll get on with the convention and the speaking after this. John Connally is speaking now, the former Treasury Secretary. He won only one delegate in the primaries, lost very badly, but he's one of the best speakers in the Republican Party, and he is now soundly thrashing the Democrats.
All we have to do is rerun the comments of his fellow Democrats about the administration of Jimmy Carter. Listen to what they say. Listen to this, if you will. And I quote, "The Carter administration doesn't know the first thing about running the economy," unquote. Did Phil Crane say that? No. Did George Bush say that? No. No, they didn't say it. Who said it? A Democrat who knows this administration well, Senator Ted Kennedy, said that. And listen to this. Listen to this. Quote, "I am deeply concerned that our foreign policy is out of control," unquote. Did Howard Baker say that? Did Ben Fernandez say that? You know who said it. A Democrat who knows this administration well, Senator Ted Kennedy. And here's more. Quote, "People are wondering why we lurch from crisis to crisis," unquote. And this, "Carter's inflation policy is a calamity," unquote. Did Ronald Reagan or Bob Dole say those things about the Carter administration? No. You know who said it? A Democrat, Ted Kennedy. Say it again, Ted Kennedy. And one more, if you please, and it's a little bit longer, but it's very much to the point. Quote, "Before the last election, we were told that Americans were honest, loving, good, decent, and compassionate. Now the people are blamed for every national ill and scolded as greedy, wasteful, and mired in malaise." Did we change so much in these 3 years? Or is it because our present leadership does not understand that we are anxious to be on the march again, unquote? Did John Connally say that? I wish I had. But I have to confess, the words came from the same source. A Democrat who knows this administration well, this Carter administration well, Senator Ted Kennedy. Now, I won't belabor the point anymore, but suffice it to say that we agree with Senator Kennedy that we need a new president. We need a Republican president. We need Ronald Reagan as president. You know, during my campaign, I told a good many Republican groups around the country that I would gladly trade control of the White House for control of the Congress. But we don't need to trade one for the other. The White House is within our reach, and we should grasp it. The control of Congress is within our reach, and we must grasp it. My fellow Americans, lest America forget, it has been a Democrat Congress, along with a Democrat administration, that has given us the highest spending rate in the history of this nation. Lest America forget, it has been a Democrat Congress, along with a Democrat administration, which has brought us a deterioration of our defense capabilities, loss of prestige abroad, and the worst threat since World War II to our own national security. It has been a Democrat Congress and a Democrat administration that has brought us a loss of American economic competitiveness and vitality. And worst of all, lest America forget, it has been a Democrat Congress and a Democrat administration that has given us a loss of our pride and our self-respect. 4 years ago, the Democrat nominee looked Americans in the face and said, "Trust me." And oh, what an awesome price we have paid for that trust. Americans are not going to make that same mistake again. In November, Americans are going to look up again, to hope again, to believe again, because Ronald Reagan and a Republican Congress can start changing things in this country. Ronald Reagan and a Republican Congress can lead us into an exciting renaissance of America. In Governor Reagan's own words, we can make America great again.
John Connally of Texas, former governor of Texas, former Secretary of the Navy, former Secretary of the Treasury, and former candidate for president. We have heard his words. Now we're going to Washington and see what some of the Democrats on our panel there think about them, including one Texan who has been listening to another Texan. They're there, and we're about to hear from them. Bill Monroe.
Thank you, David. Left to right, Senator Lawton Childs of Florida, Senator Paul Tsongas of Massachusetts, and the Texan, Ambassador Robert Strauss, former chairman of the Democratic Party and head of the Carter Campaign Committee. Well, you had your old colleague from Texas, Mr. Connally, rubbing salt in the wounds of Democratic divisions, using quotes from Senator Kennedy. Do you think you're going to achieve any kind of unity?
Oh, of course we'll achieve unity. John is an old friend of mine from Texas, a very good friend. I could have answered his question when he asked, did Bush make those remarks about Carter? Did Connally make them? Did Crane make them? Did Baker make them? I could have said no, they didn't make them about Carter. They were making the same kind of remarks, you know, about Ronald Reagan when they were running against him in the primary just the last few months. So they didn't have time to talk about Carter. They were talking about Reagan. And I remember the quote I brought along to play the quote game that Jerry Ford said, also in our home state of Texas one day he was campaigning. And he too was campaigning against Reagan. And he said, Reagan is a man who obviously has no experience and little understanding of the complexity of national defense matters. So the quote game is it's a cute game to play, and it's a lot of fun, but it works both ways.
Senator Tsongas, you're a friend and supporter of Senator Kennedy. Listening to those quotes from Senator Kennedy, lacerating President Carter, the beginning of the Republican campaign, do you have mixed feelings about that?
Well, I think anybody who has listened to those quotes after reading the platform that was decided upon today will have very little trouble. The question is, you may have difficulty with some of the moves that the president has made. I do, and Senator Kennedy does. But does that mean that you go from there way over to the right and endorse the platform that was endorsed at this convention? I don't think that's going to happen. So there is a certain interesting effect to those quotes, but I don't think it's going to have that much effect. I think unity after the convention should not be that much of a problem.
But the Republicans have achieved their unity, Senator Childs, and you're some distance from it, are you not?
Well, yes, because we're not there yet, and it looks like that they really have achieved a unity. I listened to John Connally. I thought it was the most enjoyable thing I've heard tonight. hearing John Connally quote Ted Kennedy and confess that he wished he could have said what Ted Kennedy did say. That shows to me the Republicans have come a long ways, because I didn't think they would allow the name of Ted Kennedy to drip from their lips. You know, they kind of hate that like the devil hates holy water. So they're making great progress, and I think that's clear when you hear those remarks.
Are you lining up quotes, Ambassador Strauss, at the Democratic campaign headquarters by some of the Republicans against other Republicans?
No, we don't. I don't think we're going to have to do that. I really think this is going to be a good campaign. I really do. I think the issues are clear. You're seeing the Republican issues in this convention, and it's as they should be. These are the Reagan issues, and I hope we'll have an issue-oriented convention, and I hope that we'll structure our issues as well, and we'll take them to the American public. I believe centrist issues, the issues that Jimmy Carter will run on, that the Democrats will run on, will prevail over issues far to the right.
Do you think this campaign will be clean, let me say positive on both sides,
I hope so,
rather than negative?
It should be. The issues are clear. Frequently they're not. They're clearly drawn, they're crisp, and I hope that Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter will debate them all across this land. I hope they'll have a half a dozen debates, head and head, more than one there, any way they want to structure them, because as I said, the American public deserve it. I think they want it. These two men can give it to them.
Thank you, Ambassador Strauss, Senator Tsongas, Senator Childs. We may hear more from these gentlemen later. Now back to Detroit.
I expect we will hear more from those gentlemen later, David. It just seems to me we've just seen with what Bob Strauss was saying is a classic example of that politicians can out-quote each other on any subject in the world.
There is no politician alive, I imagine, no politician alive who can survive a careful searching of the files. Survive it in the sense of not having something embarrassing he has said about what somebody who is now his friend, because that is the way politics works, as Bob Strauss so eloquently pointed out.
As he said, I brought along a little quote of my own. We'll have more coverage of the Republican National Convention after this.
Convention Moments. Edwin Newman footnotes the Republican Convention of 1936. Brought to you by the Bell System Yellow Pages. The first step, let your fingers do the walking through the Bell System Yellow Pages.
In 1936, the Republicans were in disarray. Roosevelt's New Deal had taken hold. The Depression was easing, a depression blamed on the Republicans in general and Herbert Hoover in particular. Hoover was at the convention in Cleveland, and in a moment of high drama, was called to the rostrum to speak. He responded with an attack on the New Deal.
What do the New Dealers propose to do with these unstable currencies, these unbalanced budgets, these debts, and these taxes? Fundamental American liberties are at stake now. Is the Republican Party ready for that issue?
At the end, Hoover went off stage and waited, perhaps hoping that there would be a stampede to nominate him. If so, it never came. The convention nominated Alf Landon, who was buried in November under a Roosevelt landslide. Edwin Newman, NBC.
Illinois delegation left the hall briefly, went into a room here in the hall, had a caucus. Now it is back on the floor. We'll find out what it's about. Here's Garrick Utley talking to the governor. Garrick?
Yes, David, the only place there isn't total sweetness and harmony on this convention floor is among the Anderson delegates, and Gene Bradner heads the largest contingent of Anderson supporters from Illinois. What did you decide in your caucus?
Well, we caucused with all the other delegates here at convention who had stated as their preference John Anderson. We thought it was about time we had something to vote for instead of against, so we passed a resolution among our group stating that we were very unhappy with the Republican platform. We were very unhappy with the fact that it had not been given to anybody in time to have any significant reaction to it. We were very unhappy that we had not been allowed to take anything to the floor, all this unity move of suppressing dissent.
So what happens tomorrow when the roll call is made for Ronald Reagan's nomination? How are the Anderson people going to vote?
We turned, Sheriff John Buckley from Massachusetts turned around and said, how are we all going to vote tomorrow? And everybody said John Anderson.
Now, how many is everybody?
This is about 40, 45 people.
So How can you vote for Anderson if he's not been nominated?
We can vote for anybody we wish. I checked it with Governor Thompson. He said you can vote for anybody you wish. I said we could even vote for you. Right.
How can you vote for John Anderson if he's not running as an independent, doesn't even consider himself a Republican anymore?
We can vote for any favorite son we like. I can vote for you if I wanted to.
And how are you going to vote tomorrow when after the roll call the chairman calls on the convention to make it unanimous?
We will abstain, I guess, at that point.
But you're not going to vote for Ronald Reagan.
We are not going to vote for Ronald Reagan. This is our way of protesting that the moderates have been absolutely ignored in this convention, that the party has said, we don't care whether you stay in the party or not.
Are you staying in the party?
We'll see.
Thank you very much. Gene Brander, head of the Anderson delegates from the state of Illinois. Now back up to the vote.
Benjamin Hooks, the executive director of the NAACP, addressed the convention here earlier this evening, and Carol Simpson is with him now for his reaction to that appearance.
Yes, we are talking to Benjamin Hooks, who tonight gave one of the first speeches by a non-Republican to a party convention. Mr. Hooks, how did it all come about?
Well, we had decided about 6 months ago that with the increase in conservative tide in America, it was important that the NAACP make an effort to address both conventions. So we started to making some overtures. It was a little difficult coming here, but I think when the black delegates this morning, after I had spoken to them and given them the concept of what I thought this nation ought to be about, they made a motion and unanimously passed it, that they would ask the convention officials to let me speak. And the convention officials agreed to it, and I was given a chance to make the speech and present to this nation and to the Republican convention the concerns of the black community as we face the decade of the 80s.
Do you think that the fact that they permitted you to speak shows that the Republican Party is interested in broadening its base?
I'm not sure that it means all of that. I never want to, conjecture too much. I was concerned that there are Republicans of all stripes here, I think more conservative than liberal or moderate, but the fact remains that we felt an obligation to express to this convention that there are real legitimate concerns that the black community has and that they ought to be dealt with, and they ought to be dealt with promptly.
Do you think the Republican Party is going to deal with those?
I think in their own method. For instance, on the whole question of jobs, there's no disagreement in the Democratic Republican part of the NAACP. We ought to have jobs. The question is how we go about it. And we firmly believe that the government must continue to be an employer of last resort, that we must have adequate welfare for those who cannot pay it. And to that extent, we disagree fundamentally with the Republican philosophy. On the other hand, we believe that the private sector is the sector that must provide the long-term job. The black folk must not forever be reduced to welfare recipients. At the same time, there's no disgrace in the richest country in the world that all of its people be fed.
Okay, thank you very much. Benjamin Hooks, Executive Director of the NAACP. Now to Chris Wallace on the floor.
We're in the California delegation with Carol White, who is a Reagan delegate. Ms. White, a lot of blacks have severe reservations about Ronald Reagan and about the Republican Party. You are here as a Reagan delegate. Do you really think he has something to say to blacks?
I think that Mr. Reagan does. I think that he has concerns about the black community, but I think as of yet Mr. Reagan has not developed a firm platform on how to deal with the issues in the black community.
Realistically, do you think he's going to be able to win black votes this fall?
Not en masse, no.
How did you feel about Benjamin Hooks being allowed to speak here at the convention?
Well, Mr. Hooks endorsed President Carter some time ago, and I'm a little confused as to his position in this convention this evening.
So even though he was allowed to speak, one would assume to appeal to blacks, you didn't want to see him here.
I don't understand what message he was trying to convey here. Not that I didn't want to say I did not understand his message.
Carol White of the California delegation, thanks very much. Now to David Brinkley.
Thank you. We'll be back with more convention coverage shortly, in a moment.
Things are running a little late here in Joe Louis Arena in Detroit at the Republican convention. On the first night, they kept very much to schedule and only ran over a little bit at the end. Now, on this second night, they are, as of this hour, 1 hour and 10 minutes late, which means that the keynote speech, the address to which this evening builds, The main event of the speaking here in this hall will come at about 11:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is quite seriously late for a convention. Jessica Savage has more on why all this is happening. Jessica?
John, the Republicans are running late, and the Republicans don't like to run late. House Minority Leader John Rhodes, who's the permanent chairman out here, as a matter of fact, told me when he took the job that he wanted to make it seem like they were alive out here, but they didn't want to drag things out. Well, they drag things out because there are no rules governing the time limits on demonstrations. Demonstrations can run as long as the people want to demonstrate. The only thing that keeps them a little bit in line is that they cannot use electronic noisemakers. Rhodes says that people wind down and electronic noisemakers don't. Some of the people that you see up here on the podium, John Rhodes was one of them, House Minority Leader, that job automatically goes to Rhodes. And someone who's keeping track of the time, all the time on the podium, is a man who's the parliamentarian, that's James Quillen of Tennessee. He answers all the questions on procedures, but he can't do anything about making sure that the trains run so much on time that the main speaker gets on in prime time. Quillen was actually the second person in line for the job this year. The job of parliamentarian usually goes to the ranking Republican on the House Rules Committee, but Congressman John Anderson was otherwise occupied. Speaking right now on the podium, former ambassador to Great Britain, Ann Armstrong.
"3 years ago, Jimmy Carter told us to get over our inordinate fear of communism. It was only after the invasion of Afghanistan that he made an absolutely startling discovery. You can't trust the Russians. From the brief euphoria of Camp David, Carter's policy on the Mideast has descended into ambiguity and confusion. In an important vote in the United Nations, the Carter administration voted against Israel's interests, and then the very next day said the vote was a mistake. The world was left to wonder whether the administration was devious or just plain incompetent. When I served as ambassador to Great Britain, I had the opportunity to learn firsthand the attitudes of world leaders towards the United States. Those were the days when America's word was its bond. Those were the days when America's dollar was sound, when America's policy was consistent, when America stood by her friends, when America commanded the respect of the whole world. But today, after 4 years of Carter, it is a bitter joke around the world that maybe it is safer to be an enemy of the United States than to be its friend. This is the wasteland Carter has made of our foreign policy. Surely it is time to stop this drift on the changing currents of world events and once again become the masters of our destiny. Surely it is time to tell friends and foes alike, no longer will we allow our future to be at the mercy of events or the will of others. Surely it is time to join with our allies and tell the world that we will shape our future in our interests, in our way, to meet our needs. Surely it is time to elect a president whose watchwords at home and abroad will be clarity, consistency, and courage. What we have missed under Carter is not only coherent policy, but clear vision. Not only incompetence, but insight. Not only adequate preparation, but consistent follow-through. Obsessed by details, surrounded by inexperienced advisors of limited vision, Jimmy Carter fails to understand our problems. Sadly, painfully, the American people understand what hardship this has brought. They know that no problem can be an island unto itself. Each is a part of the whole. If one national need is ignored, all the others are affected. We must not bow down to the special interests, but we cannot ignore the special needs. Indeed, every group's legitimate need is a national interest.
One of our national interests, and has been for a long, long time, is China and our relations, or lack thereof, with it. We have been interviewing Ronald Reagan this year, and we have talked to him on some of these foreign policy issues, and we have talked to him about China and the allies. And he expressed some of his views on our country's foreign relationships in this interview, and that's what we're bringing to you now. How about some new friends and some old allies? Should the United States increase its relations with China?
Well, my only disagreement with that was the betrayal of Taiwan, and I don't think it was necessary. China needed us, and I believe that we could have had everything that we've gained with China if we had told them that we were still going to honor our treaty and our agreements with the people on Taiwan.
Do you think that the United States is getting a reputation as a partner in an alliance which might back out of certain partnerships in the world?
Very much so.
Would you expand on that?
Well, there is Taiwan. There was the vacillation of this administration prior to the revolution in Iran. Under the name of human rights, we have been very harsh on countries that could be our allies and are friendly to the West and opposed to the communist spread from the Soviet Union. And yet we continue to plead for détente and good relations with the one country, the Soviet Union, that violates all human rights. I'm thinking of countries like Argentina and Chile. Now, make no mistake about it. I know that these countries do things that are unconscionable to us. In their procedures against subversives and against terrorist groups and so forth, and against even perhaps common criminals. But they certainly aren't as bad as the Soviet Union is in this, or as Cuba is. And here this administration was talking, normalizing relations with Cuba, and Senator Kennedy talks about that. But I think that there's certain hypocrisy involved there. And this, I think, has led to our friends not being sure of us and whether they can count on us or not.
Earlier today, Henry Kissinger, the former Secretary of State, went to see Governor Reagan. They had a long talk. When he came out, he said they had discussed foreign policy and nothing else. He said he was not here looking for a job. He was simply here to have a discussion with the governor.
And that his position was compatible.
And he said that he found a platform on the subject, on his subjects, foreign affairs, to be compatible with his own views.
I think
he will be speaking here tonight, a little later. He's been sitting up in the VIP section waiting for his turn, which is, I would say, what, 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
I would say it's about 20 minutes or 20-so minutes away.
In the meantime, we'll be back in a moment.
NBC News continues to report the 1980 Republican National Convention. Here is John Chancellor.
The speaking continues here in Detroit, and one of the speakers later this evening will be Congressman Jack Kemp of New York State, who is frequently mentioned on almost every list of possible running mates with Ronald Reagan. There also may be a demonstration for Congressman Kemp here, and that would, in the technical sense of the word, be the first demonstration, people marching up and down the aisles or trying to come in on the floor from outside the floor that we've had. We have had manifestations of support for a number of speakers, notably Senator Barry Goldwater, who got a rousing ovation here, but the first real demonstration could come later this evening for Jack Kemp. Demonstrations are sort of going out of style at conventions. Tom Brokaw is on the floor now with one of Congressman Kemp's main supporters. Tom?
Thank you, John. This is Congressman John Russolo of California. You're about to... Whoop, here it goes.
Here's Carol Howland, our minority leader in the Assembly.
Now, she's here to touch off a spontaneous demonstration.
Absolutely, for Carol Howland.
And for Jack Kemp as well.
Well, I personally am for Jack Kemp, and I think a substantial number in our majority are for Jack Kemp.
What kind of a demonstration can we be expecting tonight? They've been trying to get...
I think both Jack Kemp and Guy Vanderjack will have good demonstrations.
Yeah, but what you've been going around, I mean, the Kemp people have been putting together a little something extra special for Jack Kemp tonight. They want to give him a real launching here to try to create a little floor sensation, right?
Yes, they do. And
what difference do you think that'll make in the kind of cut and dried convention that we have, John, if you have a big kind of trumped up, pardon me, contrived demonstration?
Well, I don't think it's trumped up. I think that it's very natural that when people who are supporting Jack want to show their support for him, and that's a very natural thing to do. We've always done it in conventions in the past. I really don't think the vice presidency is that trumped up. As you know, when several of us met with the governor today, many of us who had announced our support early for the governor from the House of Representatives, he told us that Governor Reagan told us that he had not made a final decision, and I think he really is assessing it. I don't think it'll be on the basis of who gets the biggest demonstration, but I think that it is true that the governor will probably watch closely tonight the talks by both Vanderjack and Jack Kemp.
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman John Russo of California, who is big for Jack Kemp, and we'll see what happens. Now to David Brinkley.
Thank you. Our NBC affiliates, as we have been reporting, have helped us make a survey of the delegates' choices for vice president, and we've been passing along the results from time to time. In the western states, for example, Jack Kemp is the clear favorite over George Bush for the nomination. In California, the biggest western state, Kemp leads Bush narrowly. Baker is third. Stations KNBC in Burbank, KVIQ-TV in Eureka, KCRA in Sacramento, KRON-TV in San Francisco, and KCST-TV in San Diego took the poll. In Arizona, Kemp also comes in first by a very wide margin. Station KPNX-TV in Phoenix helped us with this survey. Nevada splits its vote between Bush, Gerald Ford, and its own Senator Paul Laxalt. Station KVBC-TV in Las Vegas took the poll for us, and we'll pass along more of these results later. There's a little demonstration on the floor for the introduction of Representative Jack Kemp, who is going to speak shortly. And we'll be back in a moment.
Well, from what we hear and what we heard just from the podium there a few minutes ago, there is to be a demonstration for Congressman Jack Kemp of New York, the first of this convention. We also are told by Ken Bodie of our staff that the Reagan people, David, you don't know this yet, I just heard it, that the Reagan people have told the supporters of Congressman Kemp that if the demonstration goes on for more than 10 minutes, it will be regarded as unseemly. Very polite language.
Well, very polite language, and it also means if it goes much longer, it'll mean the keynote speaker, which is the important one tonight, will be on the air so late that hardly anybody in the East will be up to see it, which is another reason they might want to speed it up a little bit.
I think
this whole business of of demonstrations?
Well, I think that you'll recall that at conventions back in the 50s and certainly in the 40s and the 30s, but in the 50s and the 60s, we had demonstrations. People snaking up and down the aisles, for those of you who may not have been able to see any of those things, sometimes for 15, 20 minutes. David, I suppose one of the great spontaneous demonstrations at any political convention in recent times was the one for Adlai Stevenson in Los Angeles in 1960, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was one of the longest, most enthusiastic demonstrations, but they began to fade in the 60s.
Well, it came because they began to fade because people began to understand that they were not spontaneous, carefully planned, rigged, maneuvered, manipulated. And second, they even went to the extreme of hiring outside agitators to come in and demonstrate.
Spear carriers.
They hired spear carriers and mercenaries. They hired bands from booking agencies in town to suddenly appear at the door with 16 trombones. And they didn't even know who they were demonstrating for. I remember one other, Nelson Rockefeller. I don't remember which year it was, but he was running for president. Hired a tremendous number of horn players and girls waving flags and all kinds of things. And it happened at the same convention on the same day his brother, the late Winthrop Rockefeller, they're both late. Winthrop Rockefeller was to speak. He was then governor of Arkansas, I think. He was to speak. So Nelson lent all of his demonstrators to Winthrop. And they first came in and demonstrated for one with great enthusiasm, and then came and demonstrated for another. It came to be so silly that I think the public reaction finally has begun to take effect.
I think convention planners also wanted to get their keynote speeches and their acceptance speeches on the air when a lot of people were watching east of the Mississippi River. And I think that's another reason why they've tidied up these conventions. I may just be nostalgic, but I am nostalgic. I kind of liked it when they had all that silly business going on.
You weren't worried about making a keynote speech in prime time.
No, that's right. And very often they did run late. You couldn't really control a convention. After all, if you put 40 or 50, and in some cases we're talking about 150 people, who suddenly appeared in the hall, the marshals would mysteriously separate. They'd come through and they'd be on the floor for 15, 20 minutes, sometimes a half an hour, falsely demonstrating spontaneous support for their candidates.
Right.
I do think there was that Adlai Stevenson one in 60 was pretty genuine.
They're kind of fun at times, but it's got to be when you were at 2 a.m. and there was a demonstration for a non-candidate who had been nominated out of politeness. They've got to be a little tiresome.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well,
anyway, Garrick Utley has a report. Is it Garrick?
Yes, David. Down here in the Virginia delegation with Bruce Eberly. He is the man who has organized this demonstration, which is all ready to go. How many people do you have marching?
I think we have about 1,000 here on the floor.
Now, the Reagan people say that if you march for more than 10 minutes, it will be unseemly. Are you going to be able to stop your army after 10 minutes?
I don't think so. These people are ready. They've been waiting all evening long, and they're ready to go and march and scream and yell and blow their horns.
Now, Reagan is supposed to pick his running mate. You're not supposed to run for the vice presidency in this convention, apparently. Maybe this kind of demonstration might put Reagan off against Jack Kemp.
I don't think so. The Wall Street Journal says that Ronald Reagan is most comfortable with Jack Kemp. We want to make it easy for him to nominate, to choose Jack Kemp.
Now, how long have you been working on this demonstration? When did you start?
Since last Saturday.
And it's you've been bringing posters in here, and what else?
Posters and horns, and of course buttons, and these big banners you see around the hall.
Now, one big factor in any kind of a organized, spontaneous demonstration is that the orchestra stops playing. Now, are you going to have that band playing as long as you want? Do you slip it a couple of $5 bills to keep on, or what?
Well, let's wait and see.
Okay, but you think you're going to be able to handle it?
I think we'll be able to handle it.
Okay, well, the introduction speech is still going on. Thank you very much, Bruce Eberly, and we're going to be following you around and see how it goes. Here we go, David.
For an hour and 15 minutes. who were not here in previous years to see these. I must say that was very nice for Congressman Kemp. He must be pleased, but as demonstrations go, it was rather pale. Or as demonstrations went, it was rather pale.
Jack Kemp told me to please ask you to please be quiet so he can talk.
And Congressman Rhodes, the permanent chairman, is trying to shut it off so as not to be unseemly.
Well, the band stopped playing, too. They could control the band. They're paying them.
That's right.
We have... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Carol Hallett, my fellow Republicans, there is a tidal wave coming in this country, a political tidal wave as powerful as the one that hit in 1932, when an era of Republican dominance gave way to the New Deal. But this November, we're going to find millions of Americans of every racial, cultural, and economic background surprising themselves by voting Republican in 1980. For the past 25 years, the Republican Party has been the minority party in government, but it is clear here tonight that we represent the majority philosophy of the American people. And in November, we will convert this philosophic majority into a governing majority in the White House, the Congress, and across America. We're going to get that majority, not just because people have grown tired of the Democratic Party, but because they see in the Republican Party a better chance to realize the American idea. That idea has made us the freest, most prosperous, and generous society on the face of the earth. But in recent years, it has been threatened by an administration which has allowed our nation to decline in every way, economically, militarily, and spiritually. But ladies and gentlemen, the Republican Party is not going to make a political career out of criticizing where the Democrat Party stands for. We're going to make our political career out of showing the American people what we stand for. As Ronald Reagan has been saying around this country of ours, this is not just a campaign to defeat Jimmy Carter or to replace Democrats with Republicans, although these things must happen. This is a crusade to expand opportunity for all our people, to make the dollar as good as gold, to revive incentives in our economy, to restore the rewards once again for labor and capital, and to rebuild a national defense and foreign policy worthy of respect. This is the central purpose of a political party: to offer people superior ideas of government, Our party was founded on the irresistible idea that the Declaration of Independence applies to everyone. Mr. Lincoln inspired our party with the conviction that the ultimate source of progress and prosperity is the equal freedom of all Americans to fulfill their hopes and dreams for a better future. The American idea was never that everyone should be leveled to the same position in life. The real American idea is that each individual should have the same opportunity to rise as high as their efforts and their initiative and their God-given talents could carry them. And ladies and gentlemen, if you were born to be a mezzo-soprano or a master carpenter or even a pro football player, here in America you could make it. America was founded on this sense of social and economic boundlessness. For the first time in history, a government was established not with the power to bestow happiness or to withdraw it, but to create a climate in which each individual, guided by Judeo-Christian values, could pursue his or her own happiness. This idea of government was not only revolutionary, it's the only one that has ever really worked. It has not worked flawlessly. There have always been some who have been unjustly deprived of that opportunity. But over the years, more and more of our citizens have gotten their chance to participate in that dream. But the lesson remains unchanged. No government has been able to do for people what people have been able to do for themselves when they had that opportunity. Somewhere we got off the track. We strayed from the idea, and every single American knows it. For the first time in our history, we feel our strength ebbing, our sense of national purpose waning, and after a quarter century under the Democrats, our country no longer projects a national vitality to the rest of the world. The Soviet Union behaves as if the United States had already been eclipsed as the world's most respected leader.
Congressman Jack Kemp from New York, upstate New York, got a big reception, a demonstration which he and the permanent chairman managed to quiet down rather rapidly. As we said, Governor Reagan sent word over somehow that he thought if this demonstration ran longer than 10 minutes, it would be unseemly. Well, it didn't even run that long. We'll be back with more coverage of the convention in a moment. Running a little late. The Republicans are running a little late here in Detroit, mainly because the speeches have run longer than they were supposed to. Introductions are supposed to be 2 to 3 minutes, and the speech is 10 minutes. I'm not sure anyone has made that schedule.
I think Barry Goldwater talked for about 25 minutes, David.
And nearly all of the others have run much longer than they were supposed to. So by the schedule we got from the Republican Party, they're now about an hour and a half late, which is, I think we said, that's one reason Reagan didn't want Kemp's demonstration to run very long, and it didn't.
I think Garrick Utley is down on the floor, I think, now with one of Congressman Kemp's supporters. Garrick?
Yes, John, here with Bruce Everly, the man who put together this spontaneous, organized demonstration for Jack Kemp, which was supposed to run for 10 minutes, be the high point of the evening in your view, and it ran by my watch only for 2 minutes. And then the band stopped playing. You didn't pay the band enough.
I guess we didn't pay the band enough, but I think it was the most exciting, dynamic moment of the entire convention so far as I'm concerned.
Hey, that's a partisan view.
Yeah, you bet.
Now, what happens when Congressman Kemp finishes his speech? Is it going to be another demonstration?
Another spontaneous, organized demonstration.
And how long is this one going to run?
Well, probably the same length, but we'll give it all we've got, as the ad
And
said.
you go up and get the band going again. Do you think Ronald Reagan, who's watching all of this...
I think he's watching, and I think in about 48 hours he's going to pick Jack Kemp as his vice presidential running mate.
Okay, thank you very much. Bruce Everly organizing the Kemp demonstration. Now over to Tom Pettit.
Garrick, I'm here in the Pennsylvania delegation with some people who have not been enthusiastically participating in the Kemp demonstration. Cheryl
Kressler from northeastern Pennsylvania.
Why are you so distressed about Kemp?
I really don't feel that he's the man for our party and the man for the ticket. I think it's a gross mistake.
Why do you think that? I don't understand.
First of all, Pennsylvania as a delegation have strongly endorsed George Bush. Everyone in the delegation, with the exception of a few people, want George Bush. Now, we're really hoping that this isn't a final, thing that's happened. But Governor Thornburg's speech today did appear to really tip the situation when he said that we should support Ronald Reagan's choice, like he felt, and I did too, that perhaps this was a forewarning of what was to come.
Well, perhaps if you listen to the rest of his speech, you'll change your mind. Here's the rest of his speech.
All right, thank you.
That these conditions bring. Which will it be? An era of limits or an era of expansion? An era of despair or an era of hope? Not long ago, a reporter asked President Carter's official spokesman, Jody Powell, what a second Carter term in office would be like. Jody Powell replied, another term probably wouldn't be markedly different from the first. Ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine anything more depressing? The next 4 years must be markedly different, not only for our welfare and our destiny, but for the world's. Our nation's defense is the ultimate guarantor of world peace. World peace must not be held hostage by economic and military weakness. But ladies and gentlemen, the world is not ruled by military might, it's ruled by ideas. From the founding of this nation 204 years ago, ideas have been our chief export to the rest of the world. In recent decades, we've been exporting the wrong idea, that somehow government was the source of prosperity. Those who took our advice, especially some of the emerging nations of the third world, found out that it didn't work. The reason, of course, is that progress was not achieved in this country in that way. Our country was built by individuals through enterprise, through labor, through families and communities. It was built from the people up, not from the government down. In the 1980s, as we rediscover this formula for our success, we must remedy the past and once again export the true American idea, not merely because of a desire or a search of random allies, but because we believe in it and because it is the right thing to do. This is the difference between a positive foreign policy and the one we have now, which merely reacts to one disaster after another. No other nation in the world faces this opportunity or this responsibility. 2 years ago at Harvard, Alexander Solzhenitsyn said, "If America does not lead the free world will not have a leader." Ladies and gentlemen, it is equally clear tonight that if the Republican Party does not lead America into the 1980s, America will not have the leadership it deserves. Fellow Republicans, fellow Republicans, fellow Americans, we will provide this leadership here this week, here in Detroit, here in this hall, as a Republican Party united at last with Ronald Reagan. We will begin the American Renaissance. Thank you very much.
Congressman Jack Kemp of New York, the Buffalo, Niagara Falls area, co-author of the Kemp-Roth tax bill, conservative, and popular with, by our calculations, 35% of the delegates in this hall. Our NBC News poll shows that George Bush is the favorite of 47%, but Jack Kemp gave quite a speech here tonight, and they seem to like it, and his supporters are well organized, and you see all their signs there.
Slightly remarkable, John, that only 10 years ago Kemp was playing football. Then he went to Congress as a freshman, a junior member, and now, not very long later, he has, as you say, his name on a bill, Kemp-Roth, and he is one of the leading candidates among the delegates for the nomination for vice president, which is a pretty fast track.
Yes, it is. And a pretty fast demonstration, too, David.
Yes.
They're trying to keep it going, and John Rhodes wants to shut it off.
The clock is running, the convention is late, and beginning in the Eastern time zone, people are beginning to go to bed.
It's interesting that Kemp and his supporters are so enthusiastic. George Bush, who is certainly a leading contender for that nomination, is saying nothing, doing nothing, keeping himself about as quiet as he can possibly keep himself.
The quietest he has been since he announced himself for president about a year ago.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt that what Jack Kemp is still one of the smartest quarterbacks that ever lived in this country. If you'll be seated now, we'll proceed with the rest of the program.
Okay.
The hour is very late.
Republicans, as the chairman is just saying, they're aware it is going late and they want to move the program along, and will. Before we go further with the Republican program, we would like to go once again, I think the last time tonight, to our Democratic friends, members of our discussion panel, who are in Washington looking at this, listening to this, and offering their opinions about what they hear the Republicans say and what they see them do. They're with Bill Monroe. Bill?
Thank you, David. Next to me, Ambassador Robert Strauss, former Democratic chairman, now Carter campaign chairman. Senator Paul Tsongas, Massachusetts. Senator Lawton Childs of Florida. You gentlemen have been absorbing a lot of Republican oratory in the last several hours. What are your impressions?
Well, I think the Republicans are having a great time, and they're having some of the problems that Democrats used to have before we had Chairman Strauss to get us on time. It's taking a little while to get their heavy hitters up. I think Jack Kemp made a very, very strong speech, and certainly has got to help him in his quest for the vice presidency.
Has any of this oratory been wounding Senator Tsongas?
Well, I think it's been effective. They're clearly having a good time. They certainly have their act together. But I think the larger question is whether going beyond the already convinced, whether the moderates in America are going to be persuaded. And I really think that's an open question at this point. But they've given the Democrats something to think about in terms of having a unified ticket once the convention is over.
Ambassador Strauss?
Oh, I think Jack made a fine speech tonight. He made a very good speech. It was well delivered and extremely well done. As a matter of fact, the thing that struck me tonight, more than the unity, I expected unity from Reagan delegates, but he made a positive speech. Most of the remarks, most of the speeches have been given, have been negative, have been critical. He made a positive speech, a forward one. Democrats like progress. We've been on the cutting edge of progress. I hope at our convention we'll talk more about the days ahead. But they've had a good convention. I know they're pleased with it.
You senators not up for re-election. Are you worried watching this oratory?
Well,
about the 1980 presidential election?
Well, I think that, there's going to be a lot to take place, and you got to get both of the conventions over, and then the real fight starts for the election.
Thank you very much, Senator Childs, Senator Tsongas, Ambassador Strauss. Now back to Detroit.
And there seems no question to any of us that when the Democrats assemble in New York City in August, that the airwaves, the television lines, and all that will be filled with equal rhetoric, the same strong words that we've heard here, directed against the opposition party. That's pretty much the way the game is played, so that we discount things, I think, because it is political rhetoric. There was one marvelous remark in this vein from Senator John Tower of Texas here today when he said, if we do not elect Ronald Reagan president, a dark age will descend upon this earth that will not pass in this lifetime or the lifetimes of your children. Well, I think you discount that about 50% or 100%, I don't know, but it's political rhetoric.
Somebody at the beginning of World War I, I've forgotten who it was, who said the lights are going out all over Europe and will not come on again in our lifetime. Who was that?
That's right.
Forgotten at the moment.
We'll be back. Henry Kissinger coming up, and the keynote speaker after this.
We're back. Judy Woodruff is outside the hall just a short distance. Judy, you there?
I'm here, David.
What are you hearing there?
Well, I think one thing that I've picked up in the last 15 or 20 minutes is that I think what we've seen here tonight is a case of overconfidence because they had such smooth sailing with their rules and with their platform that some of the people who were managing this convention, some of the folks in the Reagan trailer, let their guard down after they had the rules and the platform approved earlier this evening. You see what happens is now they're running almost 2 hours behind schedule. And I am told the reason for that is that some of them who were so pleased that they had gotten the rules and platform through without any dissent, that they stopped working. They stopped making sure that some of the people who were supposed to make 5-minute introductions didn't run over to 20 minutes, and that some of the speeches which were only supposed to be 10 minutes ran over to 30 and 35 minutes. So here we are. It's almost midnight. We still have not heard from the keynote speaker or from the former Secretary of State Kissinger. I think they've missed an opportunity.
Well, isn't it very hard, Judy, to say to the Republican elders and wardens and senior statesmen that you've got to shut up and sit down? It's a little tough, isn't it?
It is tough, and yet here they had an evening, several hours of primetime television, a golden opportunity for these Republicans who would very much like to win the election this fall. And I'm not saying that the program they had earlier wasn't interesting. It was, but I think they would have liked to have had their keynote speaker certainly earlier in the evening.
Judy, thanks very much. Tom Pettit has a delegate he wants to talk to. Tom?
Hey, Moni. Thank you, David. Tom Evans, Congressman Delaware, close friend of Governor Reagan, had dinner tonight with Henry Kissinger and Senator and Mrs. Paul Laxalt, close advisors to the governor of California, former governor. What is Kissinger going to tell us tonight?
I think his speech tonight is going to be very hard-hitting, Tom, without question. I think he believes very fervently that we need to change the direction of America's foreign policy. It's inconsistent, it's incoherent, it's erratic, and we need to have some resolve in this nation again, restore some respect for America around the world. Henry Kissinger believes that.
You think that Henry Kissinger is now a philosophical ally of Ronald Reagan?
I think Henry Kissinger believes that Ronald Reagan is a heck of a sight better than Jimmy Carter in the White House.
But the question was, is he a philosophical ally?
Oh, I don't necessarily think he's totally philosophically in tune with Governor Reagan, but I think he believes very strongly, Tom, that we need a strong national defense. We need to protect the security of this nation, and we need to have a consistent foreign policy.
What he always advocated when he was in office before.
Yes, so there's no inconsistency there with Henry Kissinger, and I think he'll be very warmly received tonight by this convention.
You're close to the Reagans. Who are the three top candidates for the vice presidency?
Well, first of all, Governor Reagan's going to make that selection. My seat of the past judgment says that it's going to be either George Bush, Jack Kemp, or Guy Vanderjagt.
Thank you, Tom Evans, Congressman Delaware. Now to Garrick.
Not everyone on this convention floor is ecstatic about having to listen to Henry Kissinger. There's some very conservative delegates. Really don't think he should be here. Carter Wrenn is the top aide to Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina. What do you think of Kissinger's appearance and the talk that he might occupy some high position in a Reagan administration?
Well, I think Mr. Kissinger's a fine gentleman, but the platform the party adopted earlier tonight called for a superior national defense and opposed the giveaway of the Panama Canal. And Mr. Kissinger, the policies he has supported and worked for differ from those positions. And I agree with the majority of the delegates here in supporting the platform.
There was some talk that some people might boo Kissinger when he came to speak at this convention. You think that'll happen?
I think out of just simple politeness and courtesy, he won't be booed.
Are you going to be applauding?
Politely.
Thank you very much.
All right, sir.
Carter Wrenn of the North Carolina delegation. Now over to Tom Brokaw.
Jake Garn, senator from Utah, one of the most conservative members of the Senate and also one keenly interested in foreign policy. Are you happy about having Henry Kissinger as a featured speaker here on foreign policy tonight?
Yes, I certainly am. I don't always agree with Secretary Kissinger, but I think he did an extremely good job as Secretary of State. I've had the opportunity to meet with him many times over the last couple of years, and I think our foreign policy would be in much better shape had he continued with President Ford as Secretary of State.
You know there are some conservative members of this party on this floor tonight who are thinking about booing him, who say that we're in the military hole that we're in today because of Henry Kissinger. Do you believe that?
I think that it's disgusting to me. We can have differences of opinion. As I said, I don't always agree with Henry. I certainly would not agree with his part in the negotiation of SALT II. But to boo a distinguished fellow Republican, I think is unconscionable, and I am one of the most conservative members of the Senate, and I will not support that kind of activity on the floor of the Senate.
Would you like to have him have a prominent role in a Reagan administration, Senator Garn?
Well, I certainly think that he has a vast amount of experience that should be tapped. It would certainly be up to Governor Reagan if he wanted in some official capacity. But we have a lot of talent within the Republican Party. Henry Kissinger is one of those talents, and he certainly should be asked for his advice, and that should be evaluated, used or not used.
Thank you very much, Senator Jake Garn, Republican of Utah. Now to Chris Wallace.
Senator Jacob Javits of New York, one of the leading moderates in this party and also the ranking Republican on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, there are some people in this party that feel that Henry Kissinger has no place at this convention. They've talked about refusing to allow him to speak or booing him when he's introduced. What do you think of that?
I don't agree. I think Henry Kissinger has one of the finest minds for foreign policy in the whole Republican Party and richly deserves to be heard, and I'm delighted he's about to speak.
Well, we're glad we go hear him speak now. Thank you, Senator Javits.
Mr. Chairman, delegates, Mrs. Reagan, we are here to nominate the candidate of our party, the president of our nation, and the leader of free peoples everywhere. We are here to put an end to drift, confusion, retreat, and weakness in our foreign affairs. We are here to offer the American people a new policy of strength and principle, of security and peace, of progress and hope. And we are here to dedicate ourselves to the election of Ronald Reagan, who will carry forward the vision of what America can be. Since the Second World
Ladies and gentlemen, we regret that our scheduled network program has been interrupted by a technical failure. We are working to correct the problem. Please stand by.
Administration has managed the extraordinary feat of having at one and the same time the worst relations with our allies, the worst relations with our adversaries, and the most serious upheavals in the developing world since the end of the Second World War. It is not political oratory to assert that another 4 years, like the last 4, will make disaster irretrievable. We Republicans must not claim that all crises are avoidable. We live in an age of revolution in technology, in weaponry, in human aspirations, which we must meet with a broad and humane vision. There are no quick fixes, but we can assert that these multiplying crises are the natural result of a naive philosophy which since 1977 has recoiled from our power and fled from our responsibilities. It was time, we were told, to overcome our inordinate fear of communism. We should not, we were told, be preoccupied with the Soviet Union or with the military balance. A philosophy of abdication has been allied to a diplomacy of incoherence. What are foreign leaders to make of a foreign policy that first proposes to demilitarize the Indian Ocean and now seeks bases in all its corners? That offered our allies a neutron bomb and then withdrew it? That promised in 1976 to cut our defense budget, canceled or delayed every strategic program it inherited, and now fiddles with figures to pretend an increase. That first called Iran an island of stability and then dithered while it slid into hostility. That after reducing our capabilities has expanded our commitment. That accepted a Soviet combat brigade in Cuba, stood by while Cuban troops with Soviet officers intervened in Ethiopia, and then was shocked by the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan 20 months after it ignored a communist coup there. That has vacillated between threats and renunciations of force, while 53 Americans representing us have been held captive by so-called students. Today's chaos is no accident. The neglect of our defenses, the misunderstanding of our peril, the incoherence of our purposes has caused those who rely on us to fear our leadership. For if the trumpet gives forth an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself for battle? Even President Carter has admitted that we now face the gravest crisis since 1945. But the administration's response is symptomatic of what produced our peril in the first place. We hear not a call to action, but explanations of what we cannot do. We are not given a vision of the future, but improvise, often cynical expedients to get us through the election. We are told endless alibis for doing nothing. The American people reject this proclamation of our paralysis. They are tired of a foreign policy that results only in retreat and the constant humiliation of the United States. They insist that we take charge of our future. We shall earn the right to govern not so much by deploring the past, but by offering a vision of what can be, by dedicating ourselves to containing Soviet expansion and also to working to improve the prospects of peace. First, we must rebuild our military strength. No serious student of the subject disputes that there are significant gaps between Soviet capabilities and ours. We are falling behind in strategic power. We are far behind in conventional forces and slipping in naval forces to the point where we had to strip our Mediterranean and Pacific fleets to have a task force in the Indian Ocean. Sooner or later, our weakness will produce catastrophe. There is only one test for the adequacy of our national defense. Are these critical gaps being closed? Nothing less is adequate. Nothing short of it can be accepted. But a new military budget, however vital, is only a first step. We must address urgently difficult strategic issues which have for too long been neglected. We need a strategic doctrine to the era ahead of us, which is at best strategic parity and a growing Soviet regional threat. We must adapt NATO deployments to new realities and the emerging dangers outside the NATO area. We must create forces on a crash basis to overcome the dangerous challenges certain to face us in the next 3 to 4 years. Only a new administration that genuinely believes in defense will be able to master these problems. The second major task is to restore and then uphold the political balance of power. In the past 5 years, Soviet weapons, Soviet friendship treaties, Soviet proxy troops, terrorists financed and trained by the Soviet bloc, and outright Soviet intervention have worsened almost every crisis and have tipped the scales in too many local conflicts. The free world cannot long survive if this process is permitted to continue. The administration's reluctance to assert our interests in the early stages of a crisis, its congenital fear of our power, encourages ever-growing challenges. Our friends are driven by their fears, and our enemies tempted by their ambition. A new administration will show that blackmail does not work. that our friendship has benefits, and that hostility to us involves penalties. One of our highest priorities must be to mend our ties with our friends, with almost all of whom the administration has managed to pick a quarrel. The Western alliance must restore mutual confidence, because it can no longer postpone adapting its defense to changing strategic conditions. It needs a spirit of cooperation, because the time has come to redistribute existing burdens in the light of new threats to the security outside of Europe. It needs political unity to deal effectively with crises in such areas as the Middle East. It must coordinate its diplomacy to avoid being whipsawed and divided by Soviet peace offensives. We must urgently develop a common energy policy. The most blatant demonstration of Allied disarray is the semi-annual display of impotence when the leaders of the industrialized nations wait for the latest dispensations from the producers regarding increases in the price of oil. This dependence must be ended by a coherent consumer strategy. But we can rally our allies to a common cause only if we have a long-range, purposeful strategy ourselves. This, a new administration will provide. The developing world is in chaos for many reasons, not all caused by our action. But the administration has increased instability everywhere by currying favor with what it saw as the forces of change, which it identified with friendly Marxists, from the Sandinistas in Nicaragua to the PLO in the Middle East. The result is not more support for our principles, but the opposite. We are making the world safe for anti-American radicalism. We cannot abandon two-thirds of humanity to misery, feudalism, and despair. Americans know that our own security and prosperity depend on a world of progress, cooperation, justice, and human dignity. However, we must offer not self-abasement, but a self-confident vision of a better world. And many urgent problems await our commitment to relieve the crushing burden of energy costs for the poorest nations, to encourage adequate sources of private and public development capital, to guarantee our access to vital minerals and raw materials at a fair price in a global economic structure beneficial to all. A new administration is needed to restore steadiness and coherence to our foreign policy. The world is in turmoil because America, the leader of free peoples, has lost its compass course. If you do not know where you are going, any road will take you there. Our current foreign policy specializes in responding to disasters it has helped to produce. Amazingly enough, the Carter administration claims that it is we who are reckless because we demand a new defense policy, that we are simplistic in opposing radicalism, that we fail to understand the complexities of the contemporary world, that we are risking war. But the American people know better. They understand that confusion, timidity, impotence, and incompetence risk war. They know that firmness and constancy are the best insurance for peace. This then sums up the position of a new administration as I have been given to understand it. It will urgently and decisively rebuild our defenses. It will restore our alliances. It will resist vigorously and uncompromisingly Soviet expansionism. It will be prepared to negotiate, to push back the dangers of nuclear war, to reduce arms, and to establish rules of international conduct on the basis of strict reciprocity and principle. It will extend a hand of compassion and assistance to developing countries that seek progress and human dignity and a better life for their people. Thus, our party and our candidate offer renewal and hope. We will define ourselves by our ideals, not our fears. We shall be judged not by the stridency of our rhetoric, but by the nobility of our purposes. We will resist the dark forces that threaten liberty. But we will also hold out the promise of a more peaceful world and a more humane future. As a party of individualists, we have had and continue to have our differences. As men and women of principle, we have contested them with vigor. But the time has come to close ranks. We must unify the American people, and to do that we must unify ourselves. We all now turn to Ronald Reagan as the trustee of all our hopes. He will have the dedicated support of all of us. For we know that his election is essential to the future of freedom everywhere and to the progress of America. Under his leadership, we will overcome the storms ahead. We will hold our heads high, and we will build that better world at peace that fulfills the dreams of mankind and the highest ideals of the American people. Thank you very much.
And so, as Nancy Reagan and Nancy Kissinger watch, former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger finishes his address to the Republican National Convention, and that, ladies and gentlemen, for this evening, finishes the convention. The Republicans, running late, have decided to cancel the keynote speech. That is something you will rarely see at any political convention. The keynote speech of Congressman Guy Vanderjagt will be canceled, and we expect Chairman Rhodes to announce that in just a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. You know, it was wisely said by a wise man that you don't save many souls after midnight. So the announcement is, you've been patient, you have been orderly, you are absolutely great, and we're going to adjourn until 6:30 tomorrow, when we will hear the keynote address by the Honorable Guy Vanderjagt.
You want to say open with it?
8:30 p.m.
The chair now recognizes my former colleague in the House of Representatives, Mayor Bill Hudnut of Indianapolis, for the purpose of addressing the convention.
So, with the final formalities underway, Chairman Rhodes has given us the news. The keynote has been postponed until 8:30 p.m. tomorrow. We still have one or two points to make, and we'll be back with more convention coverage after this.
Your watch is broken.
No, it isn't.
The little winding thing is gone.
There isn't any little winding thing.
How do you wind it?
I don't.
You don't wind it ever?
No, it's the new Timex quartz. You never wind it, not ever. It keeps absolutely fanatic time all by itself.
You never touch it?
Practically never. But always when I fly to Paris. Different time, you know. I just push that little button.
That's fascinating.
That's enough talk about my Timex quartz.
Mr. Chairman! Yes? The delegate from New York Life wishes to...
Yes, the delegate say New York Life?
Yes, sir, and we...
What has New York Life got to do?
Mr. Chairman! Since 1845, our company has insured 11 American presidents. 7 in this century.
Order, sir. Life insurance is a personal matter.
It's a family matter, and we vote for the candidates who choose New York Life for family protection.
Can they do that?
Products once made in America now are coming into America from all over the world. We've lost markets at home and overseas to nations whose ability to produce more efficiently has grown faster than our own. Today, Westinghouse has technology to help reverse that trend, with manufacturing control systems and energy-efficient machinery to help American industry win back our competitive edge. Technology from Westinghouse, a powerful part of your life.
John, after all the talk about demonstrations and booze and this and that, Henry Kissinger was received warmly and certainly politely.
Well, by a number of people who don't like him. There was one delegate here earlier this week, over the last weekend, who said, Henry Kissinger, he said, that's the guy. This is a quote. He said, Henry Kissinger, that's the guy who gave us SALT I, SALT II, the Panama Canal treaties, and told Jerry Ford to hide under the desk when Alexander Solzhenitsyn wanted to come to the White House. Some of these people really don't like Henry Kissinger. They associate him with policies they don't like, but they gave him a very courteous reception at the beginning here, and I applauded a number of times during his address.
I think the word went out to the convention that it will look bad on television if you boo or otherwise are impolite to the Secretary of State of 2 Republican presidents.
On the other hand, I thought it was very interesting that that Kissinger, who endorsed with considerable enthusiasm the policies of Ronald Reagan at a press conference, if you'll think back on the speech you just saw, Henry Kissinger only mentioned Ronald Reagan's name twice. It was an attack on Carter, and it was a call to, a rallying call to the country to be more militant and more active in world affairs and get its act together. But as a speech saying Ronald Reagan is the best candidate we could possibly have, there wasn't that much in it. That was interesting to me.
Well, it was the kind of, some of it was rhetoric, which is inevitable at a political rally, to a partisan audience. It wants to be turned on, wants to hear what it wants to hear, wants to hear what it already thinks, or sent back to it. He did not, however, make any attempt to deliver a rouser. He had in there what I thought were applause lines, which should have been delivered, if you want applause, with rising inflection and increased volume. He didn't do that. He delivered applause lines in a very flat tone. You got a little applause anyway, but not as much as one of these politicians would have got out of it.
And while he was on, they decided to end the convention, I suppose, an hour early, given all the things they do. Some of our floor reporters have been putting aside thoughts for the end of this session, and Tom Brokaw, I think, will begin down there.
Well, I think that the appearance of Henry Kissinger tonight, so eagerly embracing the candidacy of Ronald Reagan, is one more demonstration of the unity that we've been seeing here all week. Kissinger, as you know, has been public, John, this week, appearing at press conferences, meeting with the candidate, the apparent candidate, Ronald Reagan, and obviously anxious and eager to be a part of this administration. There will be the lingering suspicion, of course, that he appeared as late as he did on purpose, that the program was kind of dragged out. In case there was some booing, it wouldn't appear before the prime television audience of the evening. My other thought of the night is that the Kemp boom, the Kemp rally on the floor, how will that work as opposed to the George Bush low-profile approach? The Bush people remain convinced that by staying out of the limelight and doing everything that the Reagan people asked them to do, appearing before caucuses and just generally behaving themselves and turning over their more than 300 delegates here on the floor to Ronald Reagan, that they remain the best chance of being Ronald Reagan's running mate. Now to Chris Wallace.
Tom, you may be right. Bush may be the front runner at this point, but the highlight for me was that speech by Jack Kemp. There'd been a big build-up. There were all these signs in the hall. But the general feeling of the delegates I talked to was that Kemp lived up to it. It was really the closest thing we're going to get to Ronald Reagan until he speaks on Thursday night. A strong, positive statement of conservative principles. And I couldn't help but think that as he sat in his hotel room and watched it, that he must have thought to himself, that's the man that I would like to have in there if anything happens to me in the White House. He's the man who is going to carry out my policies. That doesn't mean that he's necessarily going to pick Kemp. There are lots of political arguments against it. But I really thought Kemp was singing Ronald Reagan's tune tonight. Carrick?
Well, Chris, I think one thing we have learned about Ronald Reagan is that he can keep a secret. Here we are into the second full day of the convention. It's not a good rumor, a good tip on anyone yet. The other thing we started to see today more and more, was the fact that although you're not supposed to run for the vice presidential nomination, a lot of people are running hard. George Bush, it's true, is staying in the background, although he brought out to Detroit just about his entire Washington staff with him, including speechwriter. But we saw Jack Kemp in his demonstration. There are even some Phil Crane for vice president leaflets floating around the hall tonight. So they're all waiting nervously for Ronald Reagan's decision tomorrow night or Thursday morning. The other thing that struck me was Henry Kissinger's appearance here, and I think it was quite a political appearance. Henry Kissinger tonight did jump into partisan politics with both feet at this convention speech, in this convention hall. He talked about our party and our candidate, and for a man who has long emphasized the bipartisan nature of American foreign policy, that it should not be politicized, this was quite a turn for Henry Kissinger. In a way, he crossed his own Rubicon this evening. Incidentally and anecdotally, while he was speaking, Nancy Reagan and Nancy Kissinger were sitting over here in the VIP box. The two Nancys were talking all the way through the Kissinger speech. Neither one of them listened to a word he had to say. That's politics. Tom?
Carrick, this really was an amazing day at this convention compared to the 1964 convention in San Francisco, which nominated Barry Goldwater. And in that convention, Henry Kissinger, an advisor then to Nelson Rockefeller, would have been booed out of the Cow Palace. Tonight, we had this amazing spectacle of Barry Goldwater. We had the appearance of Henry Kissinger. We had Jack Kemp. We had Benjamin Hooks of the NAACP for the first time addressing a Republican convention, and nobody objected to anything. This just doesn't seem like a Republican convention, and it is heightened by one statement that Dr. Kissinger made, which I wrote down, that Ronald Reagan now is the trustee of all our hopes. That may well be the theme of these delegates.
Thank you all. Good work tonight, lads. Well, David, I think that one of the significant things was the fact that they couldn't squeeze a 6-hour convention schedule into 7.5.
They could have run on. I mean, the delegates are ready to go, but the television audience is going or has gone to bed, at least in the East. And they want their keynote speaker to be heard by the maximum number of people. Who can blame them?
Well, I think that Reagan can blame some of his organizers for not arranging this convention to run better, and I'll bet there'll be some talk about that tomorrow. Let me speak, if I may, to tomorrow. NBC News will return here to Joe Louis Arena in Detroit at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow for the beginning of these proceedings. The keynote speech, for those of you who are waiting for Congressman Vanderjagt, will be at 8:30 p.m. The schedule says we'll be out of here at 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow. We can't be sure of that, but we do know for sure that we'll be here at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern Daylight Time, the whole crew, to cover this convention. And tomorrow we may get something on Mr. Reagan's choice of a running mate and other unanswered questions. David?
Tomorrow night we'll hear Vanderjagt. He says he's going to speak without notes. Asked why, he said, if you're asking a woman to marry her, would you use a teleprompter? That's it for tonight. Thank you. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Good night.
This has been an NBC News special report.